your information. Total spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon elevation. Spoon, spoon, spoon elevation. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Reverend to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ike man, congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Klibaba, 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 klibaba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it. Listen. Spoon entertainment. Let's say continue. Continue. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get your spoon, spoon, yes, I party there.
Yes, sir. A special one. Yes, sir. A special one. From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south and then. On the way.
To get your information. To the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon elevation. Spoon, spoon, spoon elevation. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Reverend to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ike man, congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tune to Spoon. Yeah, yeah, Tune to Spoon. You want to get the news updated, Tune to Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do that. Spoon TV. Yes, I do that. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon Entertainment.
Okay, folks, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are and whatever you are doing. It is a pleasure to welcome you to yet another edition of your most preferred nighttime show from ODS Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Welcome to the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon FM 107.5. We also coming to you live on our various social media platforms. We live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and also via Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and Super TV Live. And we're also coming to you via our YouTube channel right here from ODS Congo Town. So it's a pleasure to be here again with another fascinating edition of the program. My name is Yekezi Zobel. I'm sitting in tonight as your producer. And as soon as the CEO and his team of panelists join the show, I'm going to be turning over to them to begin the discussion. But in the meantime, between time, we will bring you the first segment of the show, which has to do with the calling segment. And that's when you call and tell us what's on your minds, what are some of those, burning issues on your minds that you want the public to know about. So we declare our lines open here very, very shortly. But just before that, there are a lot of trending happenings in the country as well that we want to let you know about, even though the CEO and his team of panelists will be here to digest and dissect some of those issues. But the president, Joseph Boakai, this week should actually be dubbed as suspension week. Yeah, because over 450 appointees of government, were suspended for 1 month by the president for failing to declare their access, even though, some folks from civil society and from the opposition are saying that, is not enough. The decision from the president is not enough. Others are also commending the president for taking an action that they consider as drastic. All right. But also today, besides the suspension of those who have failed to declare their access, which was on yesterday, today, the president also suspended Madam Emma Glasgow, the Director General of the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority, NAFA, as recommended by the board of directors of that institution, pending further investigation by the Ministry of Justice and the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the LACC. So, according to a release, her suspension is due to managerial and financial inefficiencies. All right. And this recommendation is in accordance with section 3.9.92 of the act that established the authority. So Emma Glasgow has been suspended as Director General of the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority. And according to the release, he was suspended for managerial and financial inefficiencies. And of course, the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Authority Workers Association, NAFAWA, has thanked or extended gratitude to President Bouaka for this decision. They have ever since been calling on the president to have her, dismissed as Director General of the NAFA due to several counts against her, but the board recommended her suspension, and the president conceded that on today. So we will have to take a very quick break. We have to take a very quick break, folks. To be back, let's take a gist of our music. We need to do some adjustment here very quick to be back with you.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the way.
To get your information, to the spoon to get my spoon, television,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children cry for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. This is the Spoon Talk. We were bringing you some of the trending happenings in the country today. So also on today, the president did, depart for Addis Ababa in Ethiopia to participate in the 30th ordinary section of the African Union. So the president is out of the country. That was supposed to feel, if not minutes, then is an hour ago from the executive mansion that the president has arrived in Addis Ababa, and he's going to be in attendance there at the 30th ordinary section of the African Union, the AU Assembly, that is scheduled for February 14 to 16, 2025, there in Ethiopia. Yep. So the president is not here. And also today, there's a lot that happened at the sitting of the lower house. They usually conduct their sitting at the Monrovia City Hall, but there was an ongoing program there today for which they did not conduct a section there. They had to take their section to the executive pavilion, and there where the section was held on today. Okay, I'm seeing Dr. Richardson in the back, so let me Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show.
You can see, hello, it's good to see you. I want to welcome all Liberians as well to the program. Whether you're listening by radio, you hear by Facebook or YouTube, we'd just like to welcome you. And I'm looking forward to your comments and for your interactive involvement with the program today. So it look like lots of things have happened in our country today. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess I was in the back listening to your comments a little bit and what you were saying.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, we can move towards taking some calls. If you're done giving us the trending news, let's hear what Liberians have to say. And I mean, this is their hour, their moment to talk and to give us thoughts about what's going on in their lives. So you want to do that?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so call us on 0777 0777 1075. The numbers to put it through. Call us and tell us what's on your minds. Yeah, is the Speak Your Minds segment on the show. So just call us and tell us what's on your minds. This evening, let's talk to this first person. Good evening.
Hello?
I beg you, please walk away from the radio or lower the volume, please.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Evo Kanoa, and
Okay.
I join you from 540 Peace Island.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah. One of the things that actually on my mind is the issue of the private jet. We Liberians, the poverty rate is increasing, and we have our president carry on private jet. And also with the issue of Rachel Kun. Kun, we know Rachel is illegal. So that's the thing you see. Every time he is not being recognized by legitimate people. So that's why on my mind.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Good evening.
Hello?
Hello. Let's hear you.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
You guys getting me?
Yes, you live. Let's hear you.
All right, thank you. I join you from district number 17. There is Abraham LBC from Nima Kwado National Youth Congress.
Go ahead, Abraham.
All right, thank you. So I have two issues on my mind this evening. One has to do with the appreciation of the president for the bold step taken to bring sanity to the presidency, I must admit. In order for Liberia to be developed, there's a need to do things differently. Because when we continue to do the same thing over and over, there will be no different results. So I must admit, I appreciate his step this time. And the second issue has to do with our lawmakers from Nima County. You know, we are national leaders from Nima Kwado Library Incorporated. We are highly concerned as it relates to the well-being of our people in Nima County.
Okay. Okay, we lost him, so let's talk to another person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, JKZ. Dr. Francine Chino with BTC. My name is Moses Tuasonya. I'm calling you from Tuporo.
Moses, go ahead.
JKZ, what is on my mind has to do with the suspension of those officials who were in gross violation of the code of conduct. That means first, say bravo to the president. But this thing, sorry to say that they say better late than never. But when it comes to speaking our institutions, I don't want to recommend to these policy drafters that I think what should be happening in Yekezi is that when Yekezi is appointed, before he stays to committee for confirmation, he must declare his asset. Because this thing, see what happened from last year, November, December, January, February, 3 months to not declare they have. Amen. So that's our institution. When president appointed to the bound. In fact, one of my friends was telling me if the president should have dismissed those 2 cabinet ministers that were involved. Because you can be working all around and you want a confirmation, you did not declare assets. I mean, it's a gross insubordination to your boss.
Okay.
But we want to appreciate the president for that anyway.
Thank you. Thanks for calling and thanks for making your point. Let's talk to this person. Where you join us from? Okay.
dismissed for 2 months without a fee. Look, judges, let me commend the family and President Baba Alash. Look, we was here from the Georgia administration when we heard of corruption from the office of the president. There was no action was taken. Today, I leave. President Baba is trying his best. And you know, he made a statement in the country. If you want to steal, you will use the money on the people and the media run with those diverse stories. But they don't know the content the president was speaking from. But Yagazi, whenever the president do a good thing for his country, many of those media people in this country they will not discuss this. They always want to carry the bad news to the people. So somebody saying Richard Amoko is not a speaker, I don't know. They living in people as far as we are concerned. Richard Amoko is the greatest speaker in our country, and he will carry on the function of the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. 0777-771-1075, 0555-101075. Add the numbers to put it through is Speak Your Mind segment on the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5. We also live on our various social media handles. We're live on Support TV Live, Fabric TV, Spoon TV Live, as well as via our YouTube channel. So you can catch us up on any of those platforms live. We're also live on Spoon Radio. We live via www.spoonfmradio.com. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Kafala Jakipe, Lofa Country. The Lofa Country, we the one got a paper now. We the champion in Liberia now. So let us see. Now say from Lofa Country, yes, the champion. So my brother, yes, thank you and thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for giving all the Spoon Network to get all credible information. But you can see, I want to give a parable. This parable is that when you employ men want density, when you not happy, you see that you want density. So if the president suspect these people, the conventional government official, so the president should be happy them good. So because for the brown people, so they were dancing and the president didn't hate them to know that the corruption they bring in our country, they cannot continue.
Okay.
I will say to you that the fanatic offer for people to go and once that they are rare because fanatic offer wants to make this government to not work. So they let fanatic offer just get a chance so our government can work. Besides that, they want this country and this job, the government. For government to not do anything, for they want fanatic offer business, and fanatic offer now the fully Liberian. So let it get away.
Thank you very much. Others are on the line. Let's see another person out. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Good evening to the panelists.
Yeah,
so this is what is money in Baji.
All right, go ahead.
Let me tell my president, thank you, President. That I have win my admiration yesterday again. By suspending the people that refuse to declare the access. And Mr. President, if you ask me, and I even want the why you want to disclose all of this, so that will be deterrent to them because this is great rudeness. Men that give you power, you can't declare access. You don't need money to declare access. When the men want, the men can't beat you again. They are here more early to the hospital, now school, okay, ever say. If the people declare that as in the print of one model go back to where it's the people that will refuse the LACC will recommend that this measure so that the babies don't want to work or that they are only cover Liberia. So President, people that not dismiss someone will be disappointed you are.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. making your point. Let's hear this person out. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Kanye from District 17, Brazil, Bronco.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my brother, I convinced the president what he did. He suspend all these people and all the corrupt people that in the government. I advise the president that most especially those that came from that other angle of the government, and they came into this government that didn't want giving this government hard time. We see them, they didn't want to do anything. They just doing wrong things in the government, bad things in the government, and they shifting being on the government to on Joseph Boakai. Look at how to call it. They disgraceful man they call Carlos Street. Why he go on the spoon? Well, I don't blame Carlos Street. I blame the spoon. I'm serious. And you don't want to blame. He's not supposed to allow those guys to be on the spoon and insulting the leadership of the government, and he STA. He should remember.
I don't think he actually allows them to insult the government. I think
they do it.
They
72 years old man, Uncle Sam. They 72. Look at the age of that man. Why you can't be talking? You can't talk anything concerned about development in the country rather than so bad thing. Why you behave like that? You lost.
I mean, okay, you
lost.
You also want to expect that there will always be critics whenever.
Yeah, we are critics, and we accept the critics. But let it be constructive critics. Your critics to be constructive, but not destructive, that can lead to the detriment of the country.
Thank you for calling.
You see? Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Let's talk to another person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from. It's 9 o'clock. Let's hear you. Good evening. Okay, we lost that person. Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from.
My name is Emmanuel, and I call you from 18th Street.
Emmanuel, let's hear you from 18th Street.
Yeah, my attention has been given to the suspension of the NAFA director.
Okay.
Why is it that the president feared to put corruption? Why is it that it's still corruption saga from the internal affairs minister? Why is it that he can't suspend the internal affairs minister? I'm a concern.
Okay. That's a concern. Thanks for listening. Hope the president is listening. All his lieutenants are listening. Hope they can take that to him.
Okay.
All right. Let's hear from the Orange Hotline. Good evening. Where you join us from? Yeah, let's hear you. Are you there? Hello? Okay, let's talk to another person. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, I'm Emmanuel joining for Christian Community Program.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want you to help me because I want to talk with the CEO.
Okay, so you call this SIM number right after the calling segment, okay? But right now, I cannot do anything about that. So just call the SIM number right after the calling segment. Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Let's hear you.
I'm Charlie qualification.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my concern has been just the problem ministers in government.
Yeah. What about them?
Since God was spoken, there is news for all the ministries and all the ministers in the government of city. Once we listen to school in the mess, and the need is sincere, in the morning we just take to the zero pro, that to tell the minister to say, we tell you the pro, and we do your work. The next day, the moment we are not putting me for the ministry, we tell them there will be no more corruption in Africa.
Really?
Yes. Every year we just wait as soon as possible for certain ministry sitting there. Those are for the other minister, we tell you on the floor, we go here with you. There will be no more sitting at work.
Okay, but there's a in Liberia that is signatory to a lot of human rights treaties. So you don't think
Whereas we are not knowing that human right, like I'm in story. And
Okay.
you know, human right, because of the human right, the community keep trying to say so. Every now and then, I'm in story. So, since that, we think about human rights, just in the pro, we see what's okay.
Okay. Yeah, but Dole regime was a military regime. This is a democratic regime.
There will be no note about Silicon Valley Government. We story every time.
But even during Dole regime, there was still noise about stealing.
So to like that, and those are seen as those are parents.
Okay.
There are people who went on agriculture to go to school and get a degree. Once they learn, they come back, they teach up big roles for the country. They start stopping other people.
Thank
So
you.
to treat them like that.
Thank you for calling, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
See you. Welcome.
Wait. That original waiting for me to come on, then she come on. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see. What's up, I can see?
I'm okay. See you. How yourself?
Yeah, I can see. I'm good. We got some people in there, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that original, how you doing today?
Waiting for you to come on so I can come on. But
Let me just go in the back to set him up.
Thank you very much, Yegers. Let me get that original high time small. I see you for 2 years now. That original, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
We super Dr. Richardson. God minding us. We are all good. We are all good.
I'll be in and out for a little bit because I'm cooking something. So I saw
Dr. Richardson, you
you are
cannot
cooking today, you are cooking today, so I decided to cook too now.
No, I'll cook after. I'm cooking how you call it, chicken. I don't eat cassava. No. I would say we're cooking cassava.
Oh.
I'm cooking chicken and how you call it, oxtail.
Oh, shit,
Yeah.
you eat too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to marinate. You know, I'm trying to put something together, the chicken and the
Now, please
oxtail.
come and tell us. Come and tell us how you do it.
No, I'll do my own cooking though. Listen, I love to cook, Dr. Richardson. I do.
Really?
Yeah, I really do. I love to cook. I love to experiment, you know, put different stuff together. Yeah. And seriously, I'm cooking chicken and it's all ready. I'm just trying to just put them together in the oxtail. I had a friend that used to cook, well, her food always sauté, you know. And I have another friend that cooked pepper soup with Claire, like segment soup. Then I had another friend that went to her house and cooked, but that one would leave it alone. So, you know, you get all the friends, you know, from Minnesota, New Jersey, Delaware, and all that. The Delaware food used to be sauté a lot. And the New Jersey food, that used to be like, but Minnesota, everybody know Minnesota. That's just get Robina, you know.
I can say I'm thankful.
Huh?
Why you can't just say I'm thankful for?
Well, I would be thankful when I know that I'm not saying the truth. I wasn't thankful. Well, you know, I would never be thankful. I was just say, I mean, I gotta say that people expect me to say the truth. That's what you're saying. Yeah. So, but I do know how to cook. I really enjoy my cooking. Yeah. I really do. You know, when I put it together, yes.
Allow kind of and tell me say it tastes good. I really well I believe it.
Okay, I mean, Lawa actually, the problem with Lawa and I is that when I cook, I don't like to clean up after the cooking. So I put all that on her. So she said, when you cook, you got to finish it. You got to clean up, you got to do everything, you know. But I said, no, I will do the cooking and I will leave the rest. Once I cook, I take off my posture and relax in that chair that the Richardson, that's it. You know, yeah. But I think I can cook better than you, Dr. Richardson. I'm sorry to Abraham, but I think I can cook better than you.
Thank God, not Abraham. If Abraham said that, I'd be concerned.
Woo! Yeah. I heard for it today. I was saying somebody said, stand up, you hear your friend for it today. I heard for it today. For it is the law.
so should I say the thing I just said? I just look at talk?
No, it's not Lego talk though. I really do out of cool, you know. But for the is the law. I mean, we'll discuss for it tonight. Don't worry, we will. We'll discuss for it back tonight because I got my own position on it. We'll discuss the National Road Fund. We got people from the National Road Fund on that big accusation on Josita Winton. They are coming up. We're also going to discuss, you know, the president's trip to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. You know, the president went today with Ethiopian Airlines. Hey, No more private jet. The president went with Ethiopian Airlines. Hey.
No more private jet.
No, we're not going to rule it out yet, but everybody got to say, hey, the president went with Ethiopian Airlines.
Because they were telling us that the reason why the president went Ethiopian Airlines because Ethiopian Airlines.
Hey, but I want an explanation. Keep it for the show, but hey, all we know the president went with Ethiopian Airlines. No, but you trying to put everything on us. You know what, Dr. Richardson? Here's my problem with you. Mr. Comey get a whole 2 years, he have not spoken for 2 years. He came out to speak. Nobody talking about Mr. Comey. Jeremy Pierre beat on him today. I mean, Mr. Comey is my people. I'm not trying to get your vest, right? No. I'm not trying to get anybody vest. But 2 years he kept quiet, or maybe 3 years, or maybe 4 years. Whatever then you came up to talk. You talking how John Kissel was an African, his family was a king, and who sold Liberia, how Liberia got funded. Mr. Comey, we know that history. We are in a political block civil war. We expected you to come out and talk for the people, man. Come on. Mr. Comey even made her own people invest. They said, but why you talk? It better you wouldn't have said anything. You came out to say something and everything like, oh, the civil war, we get rainforest. We know we got rainforest. 10,000 years ago, we've been having rainforest. Mr. Comey came to say the rain falling from the east, it will get us Greenland, it will take the homos. Come on, you know all of that cha-cha. Come on, guys, listen. I know my own friends there in ANC will get back with me, but I think it wasn't the appropriate time for Mr. Comey to come out to speak. They should have really positioned Mr. Comey. But who's supposed to do it? Louis Brown gone. He's suspended. He didn't declare an asset. Who's supposed to do it? Musa Benedict gone. CMC. They may follow their own CMC. Mr. Comey is left alone. So, Mr. Comey's Alio Kamara, he should have waited. I know you want to hear from Dr. Richardson on this one, right? Well, I'm just telling you guys, Mr. Comey should have waited. There's no reason why to allow.
No comment.
Okay, then no comment to you, no problem. But there was no reason why Mr. Comey came out to talk. What did Mr. Comey say? What was the takeaway? Let me ask you. What did he say? Even Victoria Kwekwe, what man, she called me.
Don't test her, says Victoria.
No. Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, you're making me say something that I won't say. Victoria called me. She said she couldn't understand why Mr. Comey came out. You know who else called me? You know who about? I beg you, yeah. Mr. Comey wasn't forced to come out. You came out and you say, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed art the fruit of the womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now to the hour of our death. Amen.
I recommend therapy.
Seriously?
Okay.
Are we going to do this thing again over and over and over and expect the same result from Mr. Comey? That's what Mr. Comey saying. Doing the same thing over and over and you want to expect a different result. But we are doing the same thing over and over and we are getting the same result from Mr. Comey. Who told Mr. Comey to come out? I'll blame you, Dr. Richardson. You were part of that committee. I'll blame you, Sandy. I will blame Victoria Kwekwe. I will blame George Westner. I mean, who asked Mr. Comey? Ask Liberian people. What? Some people said they didn't even hear anything Mr. Comey said. Then I see them calling Mr. Comey the third option. You know who I will blame as? I will blame my sister, Charlene Brunsky. I will blame Musa Benedict. I can open the phone line right now and ask the people, wow, but did they eat? Some people don't even know that Mr. Comey talked yesterday. You're starting the thing again, oh. You're starting, I see Tatas Thomas in the back, he listening, he said, hey, I can get people out there.
I am telling you, Tatas.
You're starting the thing again.
I don't know what his problems with you. It look like when you see me there, I can remind you of ANC and Mr. Comey. I don't know why.
No, I'm just asking a question.
I'm serious. I want to know who advised Mr. Cummings. Guys, share the show, right? We got a report from the National Road Front coming to put out the biggest story of the century. Y'all will listen to them.
Oh,
Let me tell you about my papa, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings is cool, dude. I like it.
Enough now. Move to something else. Enough now. You get me fast now.
No. Because I'm going to open the phone line. I want to hear them. What are they heard from Mr. Cummings?
No, you can ask them another question.
How you sounding like Pierre Bousso?
No comment.
How you sound like Pierre Bousso? I don't you know that woman, coming to here to say. But I will say this to all of you on a serious note. Seriously. Mr. Cummings spoke yesterday. Did you
talk about it? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
I know I will unmute myself. The people can hear me. Mr. Cummings spoke yesterday. Petra Kwekwe called me. She said, Stanton. I said, Vicky, she said, yeah. I said, you my sister? She said, yeah, I am. I said, what did Mr. Cummings say? She said, no, I know. I said, Vicky, well, who asked Mr. Cummings to come out?
You can be the man, no. I beg you, the man.
No. Mr. Cummings, man, means well for Liberians, but his timing. The timing was wrong.
He's not even president, the man's just investor. That all he is in our country. I beg you, tell the man. Let's talk about other things.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, an investor now that you say. You
say Mr. Cummings, an investor. Ask what he said. He said he's an investor. He's investing in the country.
You see, people didn't even know that.
Well,
so what Mr. Cummings investing in election?
He said that he didn't even want to
investing in election.
He said he didn't want to go into it too much because he's afraid that he'll be targeted.
He said that during Joe time, so that Joseph Boga about to target him too.
Actually, he agreed. He said he's not going to be attacking like the way he was attacking during George Weah. He agreed with what he aligned with. Some people think he aligned with.
Hey, look at Lucretia ready for me. Lucretia Nelson, leave me alone. So Mr. Cummings, all of them can be coming from the pasture home. All of them can be coming from the pasture home because I'm all coming. Listen, Yegazi, can you come and let's take some call real quick before we bring in Mr. Tatos Thomas in? Let's ask the people, did they hear anything that Mr. Cummings? Let's ask them.
Ask them how they're doing their comment.
No.
Is their life getting better now than it was 6 years ago?
George Tarawola, greetings to you, my papa Georgie. It's good to see you all. Dr. Richardson, if you want to do this show tonight, I will step back.
I don't want to
because two things can get on Dr. Richardson now, right? You can see. When we talk about Mr. Cummings, she get very. When we talk about CMC or CMB political party, she get very. So we are going to have a wonderful show today. Before we get into the show, you can see just from Liberia, because you said do it from the international line. All Mr. Cummings 1% that will call. So don't do it from the international line. We'll do it only from Liberia, right?
Stop it.
Ask Dr. Richardson, can we do our show peacefully, please?
No.
Ask my fellow Liberian. The people are so loved. Did they hear anything from the Mr. Cummings speech yesterday? His press statement, his press conference, anything? Let's just ask that question and we'll move on.
Mr. Cummings.
I do. Hey, I love Mr. Cummings so bad.
Yeah,
I do.
If you talk about here on the show one day, your heart can be set fast.
I agree, Dr. Richardson. You guys, can you go to the phone?
Okay, 0777 771 075 1010.
Stay on, man. Please, I beg you.
Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Yeah. How you doing? Kapala Jagite, local country, Georgia.
Yeah, let's
CEO, water school. Nobody knows Mr. Kumi in Liberia. And Mr. Kumi will never win no election in this republic.
Did you hear anything from Mr. Kumi's speech yesterday?
Next election, Mr. Kumi will get 5%. Mr. Kumi will never win election.
Well, you so bad, let's tell him for the land. That man a bad man. That man a bad man. Let's tell him for the land. Let's go to another person. That my friend here from Lopa.
Hello? Yeah, let's hear your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, again, my name is Amos Bana Jero, for the Peace Island.
Yeah, Amos, let's hear you.
Yeah, actually to be friend yesterday, I know Mr. Kumi, but I forgot should be Mr. Kumi.
No, man, we will go out for what? Let ask you, did you hear the Mr. Kumi press conference?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, good evening, let's hear you.
How are you? Kane.
Yeah, did you hear anything from Mr. Cummings' speech yesterday?
I didn't hear anything of Kumis. I didn't even know whether he spoke yesterday or any other time. A year ago, please. Tell Spoon, I beg you. Tell bro Spoon. The population that used to be hanging with Spoon FM, the population dropped because of these seditions, the destructive processes.
We'll have you back. We'll turn tomorrow, man. Let me back. That's seriously your problem. We'll have you back. Let's go to the fourth quarter.
Janima, where you join us from?
I'm Kik, calling from Atubo resident. I called to speak about the...
No, answer our question, my man. Did you hear anything about Mr. Cummings' speech?
We asked
Yes, he asked him, man.
Did you hear the speech from Mr. Cummings yesterday?
Actually, I'm not interested in Mr. Cummings because Mr. Cummings is, like I said, to be corrected, the late former president as far as Charles Walker.
We'll have him back later.
Like,
okay, let's say former because we said it now. No.
He is like the former, I told you, he is like the former presidential candidate who was running to become president of the republic.
We'll have that member later.
Hello?
Patrick Biayi, and I call from Dwazon.
Yeah, Patrick, go ahead.
For me, to be frank, I just hearing it because I even listen to radio from yesterday and up to today. Even I don't know what else press people did, and the press conference. I just hear the CEO and your man spoke yesterday, but I didn't hear anything.
Go to the next one.
Okay. Hello.
Good evening, this is also Big Vaka, aka Red Power International. I'm calling from Mumbai Power Station to be precise.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything from Mr. Cummings' speech yesterday?
The police, I did not hear anything. I just hearing it.
Okay, then we'll come back to you. Let's go to the next one.
How you calling that bird police?
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, I'm calling from Kikizu Factory.
Yeah, let's hear you.
I wish you, Mr. Kumi, carry on our press conference.
We wish you,
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where and how? I think, brother, because this information that coming out, we need to know. Because a man I want to be president for a nation.
So let's move on to the next one. We get your answer. Let's move on.
Another person. Hello. Hello. Okay, we love that person. Hello.
Hello, is your cousin?
Yeah, let's hear you. Your name, where you join us from?
My name is Ebenezer Williams, and I call from Supermarket.
What did you hear from Mr. Cummings yesterday?
I think Mr. Cummings' press conference was very inconsequential. That's the reason why it's not ready in the public. But there is a...
So thank you very much. We'll come back to you. We will come back to you, my friend. Let's go to the next one.
Another person. Hello. Hello. Hello, are you there? Okay. Let's talk to another person. Hello. Yeah, let's hear you.
I remain civilized basketball and I join from District 9.
Okay.
Civilized.
I don't think the question that it was posed into color, I think would be necessary because Coming is just a citizen that President Bouaka is leading in this country. If I be the
is it
I'm saying, Kumi is just a citizen right now that President Bouaka is leading.
Oh, okay.
Meaning, anything that Kumi do, it will not be known. For anything that President Bouaka do,
thank you.
what a
We'll move on to the next one. We got 2 more to go, Yakenzi. 2 more.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I think that's the my name is Kwali.
Yeah, Ruth, let's hear you.
Yeah, I listened to Fumi's speech yesterday. I listened to it. Were on phone. I think it were on Farm. It were on 2FM and it were on 4FM. I listened to it, but
What did he
nothing. I
say?
never heard anything stand for Fumi yesterday. As some I don't want to become president. After his physical job, we have for 6 years. And they cannot keep going on. And Nana is be coming. And Nana is on a kid. Know that you see for Nigerian people, but you can't go to somewhere.
Go, just one more. We gotta go. One more. Dr. Richardson texted me. She said we gotta go. One more.
Okay. Hello? Hello? All right, let's take this last call from here. Hello?
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. This is Mondo Guitar, member of the Suara movement in Liberia.
Yeah, go ahead. You listened to Mr. Cummings' speech yesterday?
You know, our generally, you know, Kumi get trying to work the machine for his fee. I want to be clear to some of the politicians, like billion people pardon currently. It's not about press conference. Sam Kumi was dragged and flopped in the election. He paid himself for his good, Malcolm, he came back. Why you do it like one people? Why is the program? Like
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to hold you right there. We're going to get into the program because the gentleman in the back, Tatos Thomas, saying I should go ahead. He feels sorrowful. But again, this is Spoon Talk. I want to welcome all of you. Again, share the show, my people. Let's have fun. We got a lot of stuff to discuss today. We're going to be discussing the Road Fund. We're going to talk about Josita Winton. Matthew Cody going to come on. The guys are ready. The engineer, the people that were moving things around. This is big. The LDCC is about to give Josita, maybe they have sent the letter out today, inviting her for massive investigation. Again, the Emma Glasgow suspension. What say you? Emma Glasgow is suspended. Is she gone? What was the main reason of her suspension? We're going to talk about 45 with statement today. Oh my God. The man said, the justice in Chimbabese, that liquor tongue, you can listen to him. My God, what's going on? What's going on, my people? This is just, I'm going to talk about President Boaga trip to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. What's going on? But I will say this to you. There's a reason why I asked the question about Mr. Cummings. I'm saying that Edwin Smith raising Western Cluster issue in the Senate today. I'm saying that Musa Belete is saying they will not be in session no more based on the justice statement. It means that they have the real speaker, so therefore they will not sit on a Richard Coon. We will be calling the minority black leader to speak on this issue. Is this deja vu all over again? What's happening? But I want to say to you, we asked him whether it was necessary, you know, for Mr. Cummings to come up now. And now he came up. What was the takeaway? Timing is everything. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes, there's a time and season for everything on this earth. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to sow and a time to reap. Mr. Cummings should know timing. And those that are riding, like Dr. Richard saying, like my sister Vicky and everybody else, they should program Mr. Cummings and they should watch the timing. Look at everybody that called. I didn't know Mr. Cummings speak. All the call, only one woman say yes. Mr. Cummings spoke, but Mr. Cummings didn't say anything. Gospelman, welcome to the show. Bawodu Gorcha, welcome to the show. Hey, my sister Helena Ajigiri. She said, leave Mr. Cummings alone. Welcome to the show, Helena. You stay my sister. Fanny Sebu, wherever you are, welcome to the show. Duke Dukuri. Hi, welcome my brother Duke. Catherine Gibson, like always. Hey, Catherine. Noah Kemokai, it's good to see you, as always. The name is Yamanto Asidu Mensa. Etese Mensa, I believe that maybe I don't know your Mensa. And guess what happened? My dear sister, Mama Bridge Mensa, the majority of Black Fire Hall, they said she can't go back to ECOWAS. They cancel all of them. Muhammad Bish, Mensah, and all of them canceled. They can't go back. Attack one way, all of them. They took the position from them. We'll have that conversation. Lydia Kennedy. Lydia, how you doing, my sister? Abulayi Dole, as always. Wellington Michael Nube. You got to tell me where you're joining us from. I want to recognize you properly. Put your name, text your name. Let me call your name and send a special shout out to you. We got 2 more minutes before we bring in the guests in studio. Annie Mae said, forget about Mr. Kwame Spoon. I agree with you. I will not talk about Mr. Cummings again. Minnie Cummings. Oh my God, the person will kill me. Minnie Cummings said, please leave my husband cause alone. Okay. I will leave your husband cause alone, Minnie, because of you. Mr. Cummings is my friend, though. I love Mr. Cummings. Rachel Kai. Rachel, where you watching us from? Rachel. Sorry, yes, I think it's Richie. Rachel Kai, where you watching from? Sital Hammond. And to you, my dear friend from Minnesota, you are joining us. Tonian Niwa, Echo. Dr. Richardson is another CMC and not AMC. Okay, I agree with you. Dr. Richardson is CMC. I don't know what you guys know about that one. Happy pre-birthday to Massa Marilyn Sharif. Happy pre-birthday to you, Massa Marilyn Sharif. This is from Sekou Talata Mohammed Sharif. So you got it. See, Nessa Cole. Say a lot of most of them. What? Most of them like criminals? Okay. See, Nessa Cole, that's your own. You see, I'm going to say a lot of I did. Stephen Siller. Hi, my Spoon family. Where you joining us from, Stephen? Anthony Swa. It's always good that you're here, Anthony. Sam Rani Siafa. I have an uncle-in-law. What's his name? He's in Philadelphia. Mr. Communist Man. You also call me too. Trisa C.
Jesse? Uncle Jesse Farmer?
Jesse.
Bro.
Is it like, bro? There you go. Again, they're the one making Mr. Coming to come out to speak. Uncle Jesse, come on, man. Let's go to Beatrice Glisley, watching from Atlanta. Atlanta is in the house. Louis Sae Yasa from Pennsylvania. And man, Louis is watching. Ravi Ducle. I want to send a special one to my Oma in Delaware. They call her the General, the Oma Mankpana. I send this one to you. She always watching. Mankpana always watching. I also heard that they are former superintendent is here. I sent a shout out to the former superintendent. Again, we are superintendent of Muscarado County, but she's here. We sent a shout out to her. I don't know what she had to say. She's here. I heard from the grapevine. Patrick Smith is watching, as always. Edwin Waplo. Good news, CEO. What's the good news, Edwin? Again, he said good evening, good news, and good evening. Eric Kwame. We want to just send a sympathy greetings to one of our followers. What's his name? He lost his dad today. He lost his father. What's his name? I'm going to find his name. One of our constant followers. He says, Stanton, I lost my father. Yes, indeed. We want to say to you our sympathy. Thomas Kuman, we want to say our sympathy to you. Dr. Richardson, you want to say anything before we bring in the guests and start the show?
No, I just wanted to say sorry to Thomas, man. He follows us all the time. So Thomas, sorry. Is the guest ready?
The guest ready? You want to say anything before we bring them on? The topic is big today. Paul Kennedy, you want to say anything before we bring the guests on?
No, actually, I do have something to say. I'm going to piggyback on your comment about there's a season for everything. Liberians, we tend to espouse divisive thoughts. You are here telling me about the election being won by 17,000 votes. We need to start tolerating each other. We need to start tolerating each other's thoughts. We need to tolerate how each other look. We need to tolerate each other's appearance. I think it'll be good for the country when we start to preach the message of tolerance and inclusion. I also want to say that there is a season for everything. I understand in one of the newspapers today that someone burned 250 rubber plants in the satellite area, causing at least $35,000 damage. It's our country, people. It's not good. If you burn, you destroy, you are destroying our own country. And we want to build our country. If anybody you mad because somebody you believe came to in our country and take things away from our country, that person can leave and I will still be our country. So we got to be there to fix it. So I'm just encouraging every one of you that if you get angry and you can't control your anger, you burn, you just only.
It's just an intro, Dr. Richardson. It's like you're close to your.
That's my intro. Yeah, please give me change. I thought plenty yet to take. Give me chance. I pick.
Oh, we got to talk about Mr. Cummings. So you
Oh, I ain't care, but you talking about it's something in psychology called projection. When somebody taking their own feeling and projecting it on the people.
There you go again.
So
you see that the reason why I said though, that the reason why the Cummings people in trouble. The woman that take us to her classroom. That's something in psychology called projection. Go ahead, Mama. We'll wait for you.
Yeah. You think everybody can understand like bro what I mean by projection?
No.
Okay.
No.
So anyway, I was talking about just building our own country. If we're upset, let's talk about our behavior, our feeling, instead of burning things down. Because you burn the building down, you burn the rubber down. It's a lead to the possibility of somebody shutting a plant down or shutting. If they shut the plant down, then people don't work, or people don't work. That means that we're taking food out of the mouths of a whole family and many families. So I'm just telling you guys to just please do not burn our country, do not destroy our country. Thank you. I'm done, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, Francine Chinua Special Richardson, it's good to have you as always. We're going to bring in the physician assistant, Paul Kennedy. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much, my man. How you doing?
We super.
All right, good to be here. Listen, I heard that Cummings spoke, and I have not listened to his speech, but let me just point something out. When you run for office in Liberia, you are running for a position to give you the ability to speak, advocate, and act for the well-meaning of the Liberian people. When you are in opposition and have not won that position yet, you cannot, it's not incumbent upon you to be going around, to be building houses, buying cars, giving people jobs. That's the opposition. The only job the opposition has is to scrutinize what the government is doing, to ensure that what the government is doing is right, and that they speak where they need to speak to help the people, to be the voice of the voiceless. The fact that the notion that Cummings will be passing around dividing money to people, you're not going to get it. Listen, I'm not a Cummings person. I don't know Cummings from anywhere. I think I met him once or twice. But Liberian people have this notion that to run to get a public office, you got to be passing around, paying their children's school fee, buying car for them. When they're sick, you send them to hospital. That person is literally buying your vote, right? They have to influence you to vote for them. That is wrong.
Just an intro, thank you, but we'll get into it.
We are often in the position of voting for people who may not even have the right ability to lead our country, but because they got around and gave us stuff, so we vote for them. Your lead coming alone now, I beg you.
Amara Kode. Hello, Amara Kode. Amara, how you doing? Senator Amara Kode, how you doing?
Say hello to Senator Kode for me.
Say Amara Kode, how you doing? I got 4 children here.
Say hello to the senator for me. Say, you're not in my way now. That Bodo Kone in my way. And that's Senator Kone anymore.
Woo! Let me bring Asido, how you doing today?
Crazy, Stanton.
I'm good. It's a good day to be back, and I know I met you guys discussing Mr. Alexander Cummings' appearance the last time. Just for the record, I've always said, and that is
no. We didn't talk about appearance the last time. They said the man spoke yesterday.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Yesterday, I want to be clear. I am very receptive, very open to a Cummings presidency if George Weah term is done. I'm one person who could very possibly support him. I wanted to be sure on that.
What about if Joe Weah term is done? Joe Weah term? You mean what are you talking about?
No, another term coming. So that we're seeing the term coming. That's what I'm saying. Okay. It's not a question. It's a fact that it will come. If that is done, I can be open. Or let's say again, if George Weah was not a Liberian, maybe George Weah was from Guinea, who have had Arizona Cummings as a person. But the fact that George, we had the unfortunate George,
So you are running again?
No, he is not running again. That already saying he will be the next president. Not just about running. But let me continue with my opening.
Are you sure? Sorry.
No, he will. Not that already say, man. The people say that already the people say anything, nothing, anything. You can tell all the no problem.
So we got guys in the Bible. Can we move on?
Yeah, let me just continue it. We're not worrying about that. George Weah will be the next president, not just running. But while it is true, Mr. Cummings landed some good punches on the United Party. One of the places where he said, what we are witnessing in Liberia is the 40 years experience they told us off. I thought that was a very dirty blow to the government for the fact that
we will have the Cummings discussion, right? We got a guest for only a few minutes, so let's get to the guest. Again, folks, I want to welcome all of you, and again, I will say this to all of you: it's only important that we be who we are. No hard feelings. Support Mr. Cummings if you want. I'm happy. Support President Bouakai. I am thrilled. Stick beyond John Manawiya. It's up to you. Teron Gonglo came on the show yesterday. We all can make Liberia better. I am not hating you. Don't hate me. I say my own. You say your own. We move on. Okay? If the people want Mr. Cummings, bravo. But there's time and season. And I always say this to you. In the political dispensation, you always remember, you want to go with that political TKO. Because the people right now in Liberia deserve a leader. Is Bouakai a leader that putting his foot down on corruption? We'll discuss it. But now we're going to be discussing the National Road Fund. The National Road Fund has some issue. If you ever follow Martin Cordy, he will be coming on the show and be talking. But we got people. We got people that I don't know, you're going to term that as whistleblower. I'm going to bring in Mr. Tatos A. Thomas. And I have another gentleman that I want to tell you, give you the story as it is in real time. Seriously, we talk about Musa Beliti and the group that they would never appear again under Richard Coon. We'll have that discussion. We'll talk about Photo Formula, but let's talk about the National Road Fund. Why are we here today, and why LDCC is writing Josita Winton? Who is Josita? I mean, some of the issue, the massive allegation, that's corruption. We're going to welcome Mr. Tatos A. Thomas. It's good to see you, sir. How you doing today? Hello? You can see no volume, though.
I'm doing good.
Thank you very much. We got Mr. Vani G. Kona. He served as the driver. We'll come to Mr. Vani. And we got Mr. Thomas. I want to say it's always good to have you. You've been following Spoon. You love Spoon. I see you smiling. And I'm going to leave you alone all of the politics. Let's stop for the reason. I don't want to put you in a situation that you can't handle. More Ali can go into a situation he can't handle. Not you, Mr. Tatos Thomas. But it's always good to have you. How you doing today? Welcome to Spoon.
Thank you ever so much for having me.
What brought you in today? What's the problem? What's the story here? Let's give you time that you introduce yourself properly, who you are, your job, and everything, and give us a story here, sir.
And that's good. Thanks for everyone. I'm Titus A. Thomas. I was the former technical consultant engineer at the National Road Fund from about July 2023 to February 2024. Being a consultant engineer, your primary role is to advise the management on engineering related issues. So when I got in with the road fund, and for full disclosure, I was brought in by Josita Winton. She hired me. So I want to make it clear. She was the one that brought me on as the consultant engineer. When we sat down and during a conversation, I asked the question that any engineer would ask: where is the road fund? What kind of standards we're using to develop and build roads and design roads? And she said, none. And I said, wow, how do we know to evaluate roads? And how do we know what kind of value we're getting for our buck based on the contractor's work product? And we had several conversations. She said, it would be a good idea if we could do a quality review of the road that had already been funded by road fund and road that was coming online. And so she asked me to write the TOR, the term of reference for that project. But when I decided to write the TOR, I asked her, I said, since we haven't put it out for bid yet, can I put my company's name in there as a potential candidate? She said, no, we already got the expression of interest. No, just wait. And when we get the next one, I said, no problem. So I proceeded to do the TOR. We put it out for bid. I was on the committee to evaluate them. And surprisingly, there were only 2 proposals we got. 2. So I questioned the 2. One was a company that had no office in Liberia. It was a Nigerian-owned company, but they had experience. They had their resume, their profile looked good, but they had no office. They were not registered. And there was a whole lot of stuff that they didn't have. The other company was Liberian registered, but they were lacking the experience. So I said to the evaluating team, I said, look, if up to me, we'll re-advertise this project so we can get better results. Again, we said, oh no, let's not do it. We pressed by time. We need this for next year. And it's important that we get it out, what have you. So we selected this company. The company we selected, and let me just give some clarity. The contract was signed on August 18 by the owner of the company, Mrs. Winto, and Mr. John Tokba, who happens to be her deputy. August 18. The following, I think, day or two.
Sorry, August 18, which year?
2023.
Thank you.
The following day, 60% of the money was advanced to this company.
Which one of the companies that you mentioned too? The Nigerian company or the Liberian company? I'm sorry.
The Liberian company was Bleco, BLECO, owned by Sebastian Collins and his brother. So they gave 60% of the money the next day. So that kind of, I'm like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We at that time, the justice minister nor the finance minister has signed. Only she and the owner of the company. As a matter of fact, the justice minister didn't sign the contract until September 20th of that same 2023. The finance minister signed it, but he did not put a signature to a date to the signature when it was signed. So we looked at it. Then they went to, we already paid the
I beg you, Mr. Thomas, can you give I think you look at the contract. Can you give that page to the producer? Let him send it. We got to flag it.
Yeah, look at my notes. I got my notes in my folder. I can send the contract. I got the contract. You have it.
Thank you. Can you send it to us? We got to flag it. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, giving all. So they had already paid the 60%, and we had not gotten back. When the 60% was paid, the issue was raised that we didn't get a bank guarantee from these people, and we paid them 60% of $410,000. It was like, no, don't worry, it's okay, fine. We didn't get on August 30th. I think 31st, somewhere about August 30th, they wrote PPC for no objection. Look at the timeline. Just look at the timeline. We're writing PCC. We signed the contract on the 18th. We're writing PPC on August 30th for no objection. We're already paid 60% of the money. These things are some things that you look at, and mind you, my background and my last 40, 30 years was all in America. So I'm looking at it from a place now, but maybe that's how things are done yet. Let's see. We set up to do this project. I sent a text and a conversation. I said, I have serious concern about the company ability to deliver on the items in the TRO to the manager. I said, because they don't know anything about engineering. Case in point, our first inception meeting we had with them, they brought an engineer, older gentleman, well respected, knows his stuff. The guy, they brought a schedule, and I could tell the guy had not read the TOR from the questions he was asking me. So I said, well, maybe he just rushed, and didn't do it. Let me give him the benefit of that. So we had a follow-up meeting right the next week. The guy didn't show up. So I asked, I said, well, what happened to your engineer, your project engineer? I was told by Sebastian Collins that, he's working on the project with us for us in Maryland, and the road's bad and XYZ, and he will be back. Let it go. So 2 weeks, no guy. Now, mind you, if you look at it, let me just explain the TOR. This project is very critical to development of standards for the Republic of Liberia, road and standards. So we're looking at it from a standpoint, we're going to take all the data and develop this standard that we use. So it's critical. There's a DEX review portion. So we take all the contracts that Road Fund have funded. We looked at it and say, okay, was it designed properly? We had a matrix. Was it designed properly? Was it the BOQ was okay? Was it done on time? How is the responsiveness of the contractor? A whole lot of questions we looked at, and we check marks to see if this particular project was done properly. That's the DEX review. After the DEX review, we write an inception report based on the DEX review, saying, look, we got 70 contracts that was funded by the Road Fund. Out of the 70, these 10 poorly performed, these were mediocre, whatever the findings were. That was the purpose of the DEX review. So they brought in the engineer who I thought was with them. They brought in a kid. So I asked the kid, what we got to do? He said, Mr. Thomas, they just sent me here, and I got to do it. He and another young lady, she wasn't an engineer. So I said, okay. So I sent a text. I said, look, we got this critical. We're at a point in this project that is very critical, the DEX review, because the DEX review would lead us to the field visit. The field visit would compare with the DEX review. We'll know what to do on future projects.
Can we hold you for a minute and please allow us to ask you some questions? Welcome to the show, Garden Corner. We'll get to you, Mr. Corner. I want to say let's welcome Glennie, Conor Gray, Paul Kennedy, Axido, Dr. Richardson. You're always welcome, Mr. Thomas. It's good that we're discussing Josita Winton. We were with this story 2023 prior to the election. A lot of people felt that we were just digging beyond Madam Josita Winton from National Road Fund. So let's just be correct. Have you turned over your documentation and everything you are now sending to me, you sent to Matthew Cuddy? Have you spoken with LDCC?
No, I haven't. And the reason, and that's a good question, Stanton. There was a complaint filed at LDCC, and I was named as a witness to that complaint. That's how come Martin Colley reached out to me and said, oh, you're a witness. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know about it. a friend of mine called me and said, "Oh, your name on Facebook? Oh, what Facebook? Martin Collin got your name? Oh, what Facebook?" My son called me and said, "Oh, Dad, I saw your name on Facebook that you witnessed to investigation," and that's how come I got to know it. Then Martin called me. I think it was Monday, somewhere around there, Tuesday, the holiday, something, and he said he wanted for me to come on Spoon, and I said no. I said if I'm a witness to an investigation, I probably should go to the investigation first and then do it. And then he said, "No, you know what? I just need to ask you some questions." I said, "No problem." So we did it. He called me. We did an audio for 26 minutes.
So you the one that you were the person on the audio. I have the audio, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
okay, and you gave Martin Cody the permission to do that audio interview.
Correct.
Thank you. So having said that, is it okay that you wear the headset for you to hear us better?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe it will help us. So let's get into it. We're going to ask you a couple of questions because this is very big. You talked about giving 60%. Was that strange? A day after they signed the contract, Josida offered 60%. And 60% was how much of the amount? What are we talking about?
About 240 something, 46,300, 246,300.
So off the bat, Josida gave 246,300 off the bat.
Correct.
Do you think this was a normal practice?
Well, talk to someone like me. No, it wasn't, especially without a bank guarantee. Because if something happened to the contract, we had nothing to fall back on. They got the 246,000, whatever it was, and we left holding the bag. So no, it was a serious problem. The program officer at the time at the road fund, he and I sat down and talked about it. I said, "Why would you guys give that 60% of the contract without a bank guarantee?" And he said, "Well, that's how the boss wants to do it. That's how they would do it." And I left it. So no.
Last question, and we're bringing Dr. Richardson and the rest of the team. What's the status of that contract now?
And I personally did 10 counties. I personally, because the contractor couldn't perform, so I assumed the role as the consultant for the project. I visited 10 counties in Liberia. We didn't go to the southeast because the road were bad. We visited we had Cape Mount, Bomi, Papulu. That were first 3 counties, the Western Cluster area. Then we came to Margibi, Bong, Lofa, Nimba. We came back, we did River Cess and Bassa. So we did, and during those 10 counties, we collected a lot of data. As a matter of fact, right here, I've got all the field notes that we took because we had questionnaires for the road users.
So on that 240-something thousand, give me the status. Did they do the job? They didn't do the job? Let's talk about it.
No, the job wasn't done. The sad part about the whole thing, and the Liberian people need to know this. The job wasn't done. The results were never achieved. The goals were never achieved, and Liberians lost because the roads are being done without design or good design criteria. I was told, and this is the question I asked Martin the other night. I said, "Martin, you need to ask the management for road fund, who wrote the final report? That's critical. Who wrote that final report? If I went to 10 counties, I visited 10 counties, I collected all the photos, I collected all the soil sample, I collected all the water, I knew what kind of tests to run on the soil. I did that. What I need to know, who wrote the final report? Because if somebody wrote the final report and wasn't a part of that process, that final report is just garbage. So we need to find out who wrote the final report.
Thank
Because
you
the
very
final
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. I want to bring the guys in. We're going to ask you a question with do a lot of takeaway. Before we do that, I want to bring in Mr. Thomas is the main guest. Martin is logging in. He's coming shortly. He was accompanied by Vanny Kona. So, Mr. Kona, thank you for joining us. Can you just introduce yourself? Then Dr. Richardson and the rest of the team will come in with their question. Who are you and what's your part in this story of Vanny?
Yeah, thank you, CEO, for affording the opportunity to come on the People's Station. My name is Vanny G. Kona. I drive for the National Road Fund for 5 years. But before coming to the National Road Fund, I have vast experience by working with well-being projects like Economic Governance and Institutional Reform Project. For years, from there, I worked for Kano Emerging Market USA. USA gave a contract to them. I will hire, and I worked for them for years with certificate from Kano University in Arlington, Virginia, in the USA, certificate of driving. That before coming to the road fund, driving for 5 years.
So, I mean, what's your involvement in the story that Mr. Thomas just told the nation tonight? What's your involvement? What do you know?
Yeah, the story goes like this. I drove staff that going on the field, including Mr. Thomas, are picking up every day, carrying to work, going on in counties, working with supervisors. But it was in August 2023 when John Tokpale administrator called me in the afternoon along with Jonathan Gabiton. He said, you can't go. He came out. It was about around 2 o'clock. I said, boss man, a lady said, no, you all go. The president has a project there. You all go and get and make sure that you check on the project while I'm ongoing. We said, okay, we left. We went in Pokpa district. Like even when we get to Pokpa district in the town, they call Bambala. It was about around 7, almost in the night. So the first thing, because he said a presidential project, we went straight to the paramount chief that was there. One little Jamila to Wasim. We went there, we asked her. We said, we heard that the president carried out presidential project here. Do you know about it? She said, no. She said, you all go to the chairleader of the CDC. They call Ahmedina Snow. Like they went there, but it was late. We came back to Monrovia. When we came back to Monrovia, we scheduled another day. Just Jonathan Gabiton, Mosehine Bole, the compliance officer, the one of the agents that they call Emma Koti. We went there. When we went there, we did survey, we took some lights. But first we slept there, we had a chair, Lily. Michael Koti, let me say, I'm sorry, Michael Koti, not Emma Koti, the engineer. When we got there, we take some photo, we asked people, we're cutting the lead along with the people. The chairleader of the CDC said, yeah, we received light. But the light was delivered to Idrissa Masaleko, Idrissa Bamba. We all go to Gangama. We drove, went to Gangama. We went to the warehouse. Before we asked them, they said they received 800 light. We went to Gangama. In the warehouse, we saw some little light. And Idrissa Masale is a father of Bintu Masale, the representative of that particular district. So we went there, we take note. When we came to Bamala, we decided to go to Congo Mana River. But we went to the town they called Zimi, where Bob Sherry, the Unity Party candidate that was there, who was the former lawmaker. There was confusion in the town. The men said they can't put there in the town because of political light. We had all discussion, we checked there, we went to Mano River. When we got to Mano River, we asked the people director to a CDC campaign person who in that Mano River. He carried all there. So we took all the photo, we did the data along with the two, the compliant engineer and Jonathan Gabiton. We came back to Monrovia. We fight the third day, we used 2 Thomas Bell, went to Lofa Bridge. When we got to Lofa Bridge, we asked, as soon as you cross the bridge, at the time they had CDC headquarters there, we asked for the same light, they direct us straight to the CDC party headquarters. When we got there, we asked, and they showed us on live, we take photo. Then we went to the administrative
So
town.
you were doing what? You were surveying to make sure that lights were just delivered?
Yeah, the compliance to make sure while the lead and the carry it was delivered.
So you saw there was a problem with the light, or it wasn't a problem?
The problem with the light I'm coming to that.
No, we don't have enough time to explain the long story. I want us to know, was there an issue with the delivery of these projects lights?
Yes, there was issue of the delivery of the project. When the second time we came in town, we asked for contract. When we got the contract state that the National Road Fund used 160,000 to buy solar light through Asian Group. So we asked for the document, we went. And by under the Road Fund Act, we're not doing any road there. So it came to our mind that while they have National Road Fund, how to buy light and deliver oil to Bitu Masale Falo and the put oil that they were running campaign. So the light that was carried, it was delivered to a CDC, Kennedy Falo, in which that particular man was the CDC campaign for the doctor. They were not given to any county authority. The superintendent, no, the paramount chief in town, the clan chief in town, and the paramount chief that in Bamala, they said they never received any letter they gave it to see. It was true that they gave it to them.
So if I may jump in, Stanton, and for people to understand what is happening here, it shows a pattern. Okay, I'm the technical engineer. Our department did not know anything about sending 1,000 lights for Park District. They come back, they ask us. We said, let's look for the contract. See, so now we just learning about it the first time that yes, there was 1,000 lights sent to this area. We see it, they checked it. It doesn't match the quantity that the people they counted, and the quantity that was on the contract didn't add up. I mean, it's arithmetic. It's simple.
Wow.
You say you sent 1,000 lights. They check. They see only 800, and out of the 800, only 471 or 79 installed. Then you got
321 that were not installed.
That's a problem right there.
So we're talking about money here. We're talking about the mismanagement of money, and not because only it was directed only to sedition for a CDC program. The issue remains that a huge amount of money. You say you will put 50, but you get only 10. We'll come to, let's give the guys a chance to ask you some question, and then we'll come to the Blackwood contract as well. I want to say, guys, welcome to the show. We have Mr. Thomas, an engineer, consultant engineer for the National Road Fund, and we have Vernon Conan, that was the main driver up and down. We're going to be bringing Martin Kohler too to speak on this issue, but I would say to all of you, these are allegations against Josita Winton. These are allegations. We received information that LSCC is calling her. They have prepared a letter that she will be appearing for an investigation, right? We don't know what Josita Yima Bwaka, the president, going to do. Understand that Josita position is a tenure position, like Emma Glasgow and the LTA and the rest of them. But when you talk about corruption, that started from 2023 and up to now, these are some very, very basic issues. We're going to give more time to Mr. Thomas and Vernon Corner, but right now, let me bring in Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Asido, and the rest of the team to ask their question. Welcome to the show, the Honorable Karis Mose Gray. After this segment, we'll be talking about Fode from the comment that was made today, and Fode will come on the show to speak about his statement. Then from there, we're going to go through our talking topic for today. Dr. Francis Chinua Richardson, we're going to ask 2 questions each, very, very short. We want to take a lot from these guests today. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
Hello, Mr. Thomas. Hello, Mr. Kuna. Welcome to the studio. It's great having you guys on the show today. My first question goes to you, Mr. Thomas. You started the conversation by saying Miss Winter hired you, right? So I'm wondering what went wrong with your relationship, your working relationship with her, and do you think corruption is at play here, because that's what she's been charged with?
We had a very, very professional working relationship. I thought so. But you got to understand, Dr. Richardson, all my adult life, I graduated from CWA in the 70s, came to California, lived, went to school, worked in California. Public fund is something that you don't play with. Public fund is something that you just don't you don't imagine touching it. It's not your money. It's the people's money. So when you see people playing with people's money and with total disregard or disrespect for authority and the office, you at my age, I got to sit and say to myself, hey, is this what I want to do? So at about November, she wasn't in country. We started to talk to her personally. I said to her, look, something has to change. She had written a letter just before the second round to all the employees and saying that nobody will be brought back after December 31st. Then the election happened. It didn't affect me, quite frankly. Then December 3rd, we were trying to go through this transition period. The former president announced that there should be no hiring, no firing during that period. But January 1st or 2nd, she laid 9 people off. So I get the driver supposed to pick me up that morning, doesn't come. So I called and they said, oh, we got protests going on at the office. I said,
Point of
okay.
interjection.
I'm on my way.
Just upon the interjection. Start on. Upon the interjection. Start on. Can I?
Go ahead. You have the time. Go ahead. All right. I'm sorry that he went off. Talk to us, Mr. Thomas.
So the president made that statement, I think about the 18th. Nobody should hire, fire, what have you. 2nd of January.
Let's keep the answer short, please, because we got other folks.
You told me that Ms. Wintour hired you. She hired you. That's when you started. She hired you, right? So right. I'm interested in. Well, you guys, you had a good working professional relationship. Are you disgruntled? Do you just want good for Liberia?
Oh, I think the latter is true. For the reason I'm here, 2 reasons. One, I'm a witness, and 2, I will not engage in stuff that at my age that will satisfy. I mean, I've got 3 kids, and I got a daughter. All my kids live in the States. Can you imagine them seeing they arrested their dad for stealing money? That is something that I would never think about. So no, it was purely actions that they did. As a matter of fact, I keep telling people, first thing, I cannot be the fund manager. I don't have an accounting background. So that's out. So I'm not looking for a job. Secondly, I'm an engineer. I won't suffer anywhere in the world. I was one of only 2 African engineers on the Bay Bridge. Come on.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Dr. Richardson, your next question, please.
My second question, you said that Ms. Wintour played in public funds. Can you give us at least 2 specific examples of how she played in public funds?
Okay. For example, there was a time they were doing a road project that was going to the southeast. The program manager and the technical engineer, we didn't know anything about that project. How we got to know about it? When the bank statements came, we saw the amount they paid for that project. You don't do that. I mean, who does it? So, secondly, this is your engineer. This is a guy supposed to be a guy.
You don't inform your engineers, or you don't pay for that type of money for the work that you saw. You don't do what?
You got to inform your engineers. Say, look, we're doing this road. We're doing it. What's your advice?
Okay.
Is it feasible to do it? what's your take on it? You don't do that. You go out and spend people's money without informing them, and they get to know through bank statements. Secondly, the Blico project. That's a project that, you know, it just rubbed me the wrong way.
Do you think there was a kickback or pay to play here?
Personally, I don't know, but it's been rumored that was the end result. Because again, it goes back to ask the question: who wrote that final report? We need to find out who wrote the final report for that Blico project. Critical.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, go ahead with your 2 questions.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to the Liberian people. Mr. Thomas, it's good to see you. Let me start off my question. You said you were on contract with the road fund. Were your contract ever terminated or not renewed?
It expired February 15, 2024. And personally, I never went back.
It was not renewed. I'm asking the question because, you know, in contract management, and I'm saying this because you said when you met with Ms. Winter, she told you there was no road system. There's actually a road system that was developed by using the HDM4 with VOPI under the Millennium Challenge. We developed that road system. All of the feeder roads and the major roads in Liberia have been mapped out and prioritized as which one to conduct, which one to repair, which one to, and it all has the return on investment, economic return on investment, all laid out and mapped out and given out to National Road Fund. So when you said Ms. Josita Neff told you that the country did not have a road fund, a map on the road, it questioned me a bit. But I want to know, during your implementation with Ms. Josepha, did you have any working relationship with other engineers at Public Works?
And let me first of all start by correcting what you said. I didn't say they didn't have any road system. I said standards is different. When you talk about HDMI4, that is what is used to determine after every 4 years which road to go back and rehabilitate, which road to go and repair, which road to go maintenance. I'm very familiar with that system. I didn't say system, I said standards. There's a difference between having standards and a system. Now, working with Public Works directly, what happens is that as the technical engineer for the road fund, Public Works send you bill. They say, okay, we got this project, we're gonna do this. And when they're done, they send you a statement, say, please pay. Okay. Road fund supposed to go and do M&E and come back and say, okay, yes, we're paying this. That never happened under my watch.
So while I was there. Contract, that my final question is, on the contract, Mr. Thomas, every contract has a scope of work and payment terms. Did you see the contract that pay over the 60%? Was the 60% for mobilization? Was it a part of the contract arrangement? Were you able to verify that?
The Blico, you talk about the Blico contract.
Whichever contract they pay the 260,000 on. That's what the contract I'm talking about.
Yes. It says there's an attachment to it that says 60% pay upfront.
Did the contract say 60% should be paid upfront? Was that said in the scope of work?
No, not said in the scope of work. It was an attachment that says 60% pay to the consultant.
So that was an amendment. That was an amendment. So if that was said, was it signed and verified by all of the signatures?
I think it was an amendment. It was just part of when we finally got the contract back from them to look at. You will see the signatures and you see this attachment that says 60% pay and 40% at the final delivery. That's what it says.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We got to move on. Let's welcome Martin Cody. And again, let's take the round up. As the door will be coming to you. We got some folks in the back, so we got to be in and out to ask all of our questions. Again, after this, we're going to move to the next topic. There's some information out there. We will also include on our talking point tonight. The Chinese man that beat a Liberian, beat him nearly to death, but today the judge released him. We'll discuss that also. We have all the information. I want to bring you in, Isaac, though, a quick short 2 question, guys, please, because we're very pressed for time. Isaac?
Sure. So, hi to everyone, Mr. Thomas and your brother. Nice coming on. First off, I want to start off by congratulating the team at the National Road Fund for choosing a capable Liberian firm to work in Liberia over a foreign-based firm. I'm sure that's something all of us have advocated for, and that's the right thing. Mr. Thomas, you spoke so much about your time in America. I'm not sure if some of us have been to America, but it does seem to me you don't understand the procurement process of our country. So I would think you may need to do a little bit of understanding before you come on national platform to say those things that you know aren't true. We know corruption persists in our country. We don't need to lie on people to prove corruption. We can be truthful. So Stanton, I sent you a few documents. Will you kind of put those up one at a time? First off, starting with the newspaper advertisement.
So ask your question. I said we have many, and it will take me a while. I'm uploading other stuff.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to ask you.
I'm going to put this thing up. I'm let me work on
I wanted to ask you. So, Mr. Thomas, the way it works, you said earlier on that the people receive 60% after they sign, 1 day after. That's not true, sir. And then you said the people had contract even before they obtain PPCC, no objection. So you don't understand how it works. So
ask your question now. Let's get to it, my man. We got 4 people in the back. I beg you, ask it. I will upload this document, but let's get to it. You want me to upload and come back to you, then you can better ask your question. Then we're going to do that.
Start anything you want to do, but I can ask again. Let me just ask the man in a way we can go. I can ask one question, it doesn't matter. One question, and I'm okay, I'm good. So one, you do your procurement plan and you send the plan to PPCC. If PPCC approves your procurement plan, you use that plan to advertise, to do your interview, to do everything you want to do. Once you hire the person will sign the draft contract. You send that document and the contract and everything you did back to PPCC. And PPCC awards you the no objection to go ahead and issue that personal contract. That was what was done. So if you look at the document Stanton posted, your own contract you brought, the people and NFS and NRF signed on August 18. Musadin signed on September. Look at your document. That was when it came back.
So what's your question, Acid, though?
So I want to. Oh, Stanton.
Yeah, what's your question, my man? I beg you, but we would time here, but
I don't have a question. I said I can make one statement.
But your 2 minutes
is wrong and flat out incorrect. You
Thank
cannot
you.
give me my
Martin,
you don't have
hold
to
on
answer me. I'm just making a statement, which of course the people have to understand. You can't come
Okay,
and slam
but
on
I say
people
you
in
gotta
lies.
realize that everybody have the 2 minutes to speak.
Right.
And I want to remind you
I'm
how
not
that
asking a question. I'm only saying one statement and I'm done. So I don't know.
Exactly. So we'll come back to you, Asido, please. Let me bring in Sister Blendy, and then hold on, Martin. We'll get to you, Martin. I'm begging you.
So I just want to correct Asa quickly.
No, when we get to you, you will correct him. Please, I beg you, Martin. Welcome to the show. I want you to introduce yourself properly. But guys, let's observe. I got 4 people in the back, minus with 10 that on the show. Let's observe the 2 minutes. Let's speak within the 2 minutes. If you get any document you want to share with me, give it to me now. Let me upload it. One of Asa's document I just uploaded is this one, and we're giving chance again to ask this question from it. I beg you guys to observe the time. Sister Blendy, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. If you have any question, you have your 2 minutes, ma'am. Please.
Hello to everybody. Hello to the 2 guests and to Martin. My first question to Mr. Thomas, listening to you and you talked about how you were hired by Miss Winton, and then you talked about how the fact that you wanted to also you wanted your company to be listed or as one of those who will benefit from the road fund projects, I want to ask you, because it's a start contract for me, I want to ask you, were your company a Liberian company? Because you spoke against the fact that there was a Nigerian company on the list. Was your company a Liberian company?
Yes, it was a Liberian company at the time, and it still is.
Okay. So did you think that the fact that you were now hired by this establishment, that it would have been a conflict of interest for you to have been included in the line of those who will have projects awarded to them? Did you think that for any minute think that there would be a conflict of interest?
In terms of not hiring my company?
Yes.
No, actually, what happened, we had not even gone to procurement. We had not even gone to proposal. It was a conversation because I said, and as a Liberian, I have the right to participate in any kind of solicitation. So I asked her if I could send in my expression of interest. She said, no, they had already sent it in, and that was a done deal. And the reason I mentioned that, for full disclosure, I want people to know that after we had that conversation, we moved on. If you look in the contract that was signed by her, my name is mentioned as the project coordinator, Titus Thomas.
Okay,
so there was no problem after that.
In your opinion, I want to think differently. I want to think that you would have recognized that would have been a conflict of interest. My second question to you is, and that could be the basis for others, and while we're seeing that, why are you coming out now? I could say to you, are you upset with Ms. Winton because you were not listed as one of those who would be a beneficiary or get a contract, that now you're coming out to go against her because you didn't get a contract? What would you say to me if that was my opinion?
You know, and rightly so. Someone would think that way, but let's look at the facts. Let's look at the facts. We talked about the contract being let out in August. I stayed on with the road fund actually, and I did the project. So we talk about August. This is December. So I stayed on. I never left the project. Because for me, the deliverables were more important. Even after she said I couldn't participate, I remember now, I wrote the TOR, the Temple reference for that project. I wrote it. So after I wrote it, I stayed on because the deliverables were more important than anything. For me, Liberia is more important than making $1. To me, the money that Road Fund had was paying me. If it was for money, I wouldn't have been there. So I can understand your concern. I can understand that one would think that way, that it's because he didn't get it, so he's mad. No, I wasn't. Absolutely not. I wasn't. I would have left the Road Fund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Glenn, that was your second question, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to bring Akaris Gray, El Remy Gray, then we'll go to Martin. Call it Martin. Please be patient. We're going to give you the time to introduce yourself to speak on this. Honorable Gray, you have your 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, basically, the technical engineer just shot himself in the leg when Dr. Francais asked him a simple question. We are here because there are allegations of corruption. And you should be the best person to prove that there are allegations of corruption. I think that's why they brought you on air here, because you raised a lot of issues. Dr. Francais asked you a question on the rule issue. Do you believe there were kickbacks? She asked you that direct question because of question on the basis of corruption. Your response to her was, it was being rumored. That means you heard it on the sidewalk. That's your exact response to her. You say it was being rumored. So we didn't come on the show to discuss rumors. Then we would not be here. Okay, we want to hear that these are the documents and these are the violations. 10,000 was spent for a rule, and 2,000 was spent on the rule. 10,000 was given, 2,000 was spent on the rule. Again, I come back to the question: do you still stand by your answer that it was rumored that there was kickback and corruption? Do you stand by that statement you made?
I not only do I stand by it, I was restated. Corruption has to be something adjudicated by investigation and by court. Then then the court can say, yeah, this person is found of corruption. What I do know, and the facts shows that yes, there was some malpractice going on in terms of the contract. Do I have evidence to say somebody gave this? I saw somebody giving this person money. No, I do not. But I know from this contract and how it was done. That's why I asked the question, who wrote the final report? If you know who wrote the final report, you won't ask the question that you're asking me. Because the final report was written by somebody who did not participate in the process.
So my last question. Your assumption is that because you did not write the final report, so there were malpractices. That's your assumption. And am I right?
No, it's not an assumption. It's not assumption. It's not assumption.
No,
it's a fact.
I'm saying that the assumption that there were malpractices is because you did not write the final report. Am I right?
No. You're trying to twist it. What I'm saying,
Let me repeat my question so you can understand me. Your assumption is that. No, your assumption is that because you did not write the final report, so there were malpractices. Because you're making two statements. One you say was Roman, and now you say there were malpractices. But because you did not write the report, does that presuppose that the malpractices?
Let me be crystal clear with you.
Okay.
On the inception report, the field visit, there were 5 people that did those 2 exercises. I was one. We had a road fund engineer. We had 3 interns, and we had the drive and one person from Blico. We were 5 that did the report. None of the 5 people that I just mentioned wrote the final report. And we went to all 5.
But I agree with you that you did not write the final report. Let me agree with you. Therefore, it means, in your opinion, there were malpractices. Am I right? That's what you said.
Okay. Getting the final payment was based on the final report. So that none of us who were part of the process wrote the final report, but they got the final payment. You answer that question. How did they get it?
Answer.
We gotta go on, please. No. Greg, we gotta go on. Everybody have the 2 minutes.
Because you did not write the report, therefore, in your master wants to.
Representative Gray, let's do another round. I beg you. I gotta bring in retired Colonel Ed Remy Gray. Eddie?
I'm glad Glendy asked that questions. The question she asked first, because that was one of my questions. He who comes with clean end must come with equity, or he who comes with equity must come with clean ends. But let me juggle back to this issue about, I hate to hear political parties, named in this kinds of situation. Then the whole issue becomes political. But at some point, you said you went to a CDC. Maybe that was Varney who said he went to a CDC headquarters, and you guys were doing M&E, monitoring and evaluation. And you saw a segment of the poles, which means the light poles, right? Laying down there, but they were not the amount that you expected they made. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sent to be corrected. I was not too clear about that portion. Was that where the corruption, of this situation, was that the genesis, or is that part of it? You say you saw some amount of pole, but for instance, they would say 1,000, right? But you went there, you saw 800. Now,
yes, thank you very much. I just want to tell you, CEO, I want you to look at one thing. Please go on the Blico contract on the 3rd page, section 2. Please read it and read that particular area to the Liberian people on our Blico contract. Now to your question. We keep telling people that the National Road Fund has no authority to buy land where we're working and go give it to an individual. It's supposed to be the implementing agency like the Ministry of Public Works or the Ministry of Transport. But if you buy like 360,000, that particular solar like control, only one person sign on it is Mr. Vito. This someone from the National Road Fund. When they say you waste 160,000 buying lot, when we counter the lot, the one that the people receive, they said at 800, but at 600 total there. Then you tell us, so you go give it to individual, the library people money. Let me tell people one thing about the road fund money. People say road fund, let me bring it. Your please give me one, let me make it simple to the library people. The National Road Fund was founded in 2016 to 2017 by law. Mr. Gray, no. That every gallon, while you pay ball, you keke ball, you buy it 25 cents will be taken for what? Road maintenance and bridges. Yeah. Then you go buy like you give it to individual for the daughter. Then you telling me the librarian people today to Capitol Hill. Let be fair on this go. In that row, when you tell that money and go give it to individual. But if so that quarry go about my gas. Little the faster they take it, then you go give it to Idrissa Masale. Is that road project? Let's be fair on the disco. It was complete 100% corruption.
Mr. Vani, do you know that the road fund is a funding agency? Do you know that?
Yeah, funding is the
My second question is to Title.
Yeah, your second question, Colonel Gray, your second question, I got to bring Martin in, please.
Title Thomas, is that a standard practice, sir? To take project equipment and put it in the hand of someone signing for it. Is that a standard practice in your M&E endeavor? Is that a standard? Because your colleague there, or the gentleman by you, is saying that this equipment were handed over to an individual. Is that a standard practice? I want you the engineer here, I want you to throw light on that.
No, public funded project, you don't take project and give it to individual. No, it's not. You see, one of the things we need to be clear, we need to be very clear on this thing. I do not care whether you Sedition, Unity Party, ANC. I only care if you are Liberian. To me, Liberia is first. Liberia will always be. This is where I was born. This is the country that I know. So when people want to argue that, oh, because no, I'm too professional for that. I'm above that. When you see a contract like the Blico contract given to somebody who has no experience, who doesn't know anything but engineering, and you as a Liberian, you step in and say, no, we can't let I could have been the selfish Liberian and say, you know what I mean? Oh, I don't have to do it. I'll still get paid by the road fund. I'm not going to do anything with you. I'll just leave it and let it just grow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. I want us to do this because we got a lot of information coming, a lot of news today. Martin Cordy just went up. Martin, if you can come back, we want to come to you. While we wait for Martin, I'm going to bring in Governor Clinton and my brother from Delta Patrick. Guys, I'm back here. I'm watching the class. Just 2 minutes. We got to bring in Martin Cordy. This is big because this is about the character, the individual, Josita Winton. Listen, we broke this story during the election about that black company. I was going through my archive and I saw a lot of information. Did she deliver purposely to a CDC candidate? Was it a CDC operation? I really don't want to go there. But was it done legally? Listen, I don't know Josita, but the money we are talking about here is huge. Did she use the people's money, the road fund money, to feed into the candidacy of a sedition or even any other political party? And that's why I was so happy to hear that LDCC has opened an investigation and prepared a letter to invite Josita Winton. What would President Boakai do? Talk about over $500,000 a year. For street lights. The street light is not enough. You go say I buy 800, but you can count for only 200. I mean, what's going on? I know Mr. Collins. He's a representative now. I know the Binta Masale. With all these things, we got to discuss it. It's not about political party. It's about the fight against corruption. So I appreciate you, Mr. Thomas, for coming on. And I do appreciate Conan, Vanny Conan as well. Let's make some progress. Let everybody have the time. Martin, your internet is not allowing you. We hope you can come on. Let me go to Clinton, and then Vandetta Patrick will be the last. I want to appreciate all of you. Go ahead, Martin. Talk to us, please. Not Martin. I'm sorry, Clinton. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay, I was like, okay. So, Liberia, corruption is a serious problem. It's a virus, and that has been eating our country up for a long time now. So whenever we hear about corruption is troubling, we have to really dig into it. But Mr. Thomas, I want to ask, this thing we're talking about has been, it was 2023. Why now?
Well, the reason why I'm here, quite frankly, I was named as a witness on an LACC complaint. So Mr. Colley reached out to me to talk about the issue, the Blico and the light issue, being I was the technical consultant at the Road Fund. But let me say this to the Liberian people. We got to get past this. I remember, I'm old enough to remember when Turbo was president in this country. He talked about corruption. Today, 45 years later, we're still talking about it. And people tend to protect people when they talk about corruption.
Yeah, but
Liberia will not advance if we start protecting people. We need to stop it.
You're correct, but I think we don't have a lot of time, so I think you answered the question, why not? So then my follow-up question will be, if you said it was because you've been named in the LACC report, so you had information that there was corruption at the Road Fund for about a year, and you didn't think to make that public, to whistleblow or anything until 1 year later, until you're named in the LACC report?
As a whistleblower?
Yes.
We have been over on several radio stations in this country about the same issue, but it comes to the point where people will drown it. The people like the Honorable Gray. Let me say something. The Dex report, your own county, Cape Man, Mr. Gray, you pay $7 million to a contractor from Medina to Robertsport Road to work on. Ain't you from Cape Man? I say you, I say your county.
I beg you 1 minute, Honorable Gray. Mr. Thomas, thank you for your second question, Clinton. I got to go.
I got questions for Bonnie the driver.
Oh my gosh, we got to set some order here. Hold on 1 minute, Honorable Gray. 1 minute, I'm backing you. Clinton, ask your last question.
Okay, this is my last question to Bonnie.
Because he's making some allegation that he doesn't even know what he's saying. Because I now
1 minute, Honorable Gray.
Bonnie, you are a driver at the Road Fund?
Who was speaking?
Bonnie was a driver at the Road Fund, right? Bonnie, he seems to be very knowledgeable.
Yeah. I was driver at the Road Fund.
At the Road Fund. I'm not sure. Maybe I got you wrong. Did I hear you say something about you went and when you look at the when you guys went to Kipman, I believe you look at there was not enough legs and you look at the contracts after that. Is that correct?
You said what? You come in?
You went to Kipman to do verification on some legs, and then I think they weren't correct, and you came back to look at a contract or something. Is that what I heard or no?
Yeah. We went to do the M&E, but there was no contract. But let me get my area clear.
Okay, so there was no contract.
I come in. Yeah, we went there. I drove the monitoring evaluation team. But you ask question.
Okay, this is my thing. When you
ask me question. You ask question.
Wait, when you said yes, but there was no contract. I mean,
I told you.
Just give me a chance. I'm just concerned about your level of knowledge as a driver. I work a lot of agency. I don't know what driver is so familiar with contracts that would know that when you went to, matter of fact, I don't know how you
you was even involved with, monitoring evaluation. You're a driver, you're just a driver. So where were you involved in the monitoring and evaluation? How did you know there was no contract at that level as a driver? Are you involved with contract? Were you familiar with the legal department? Are you reviewing contracts at the road front at that time? Did they do that with drivers?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Someone on Crossfire will explain how it works. The driver part of the monitoring and evaluation team as well.
Okay,
We get the same thing as the monitors on that.
Yes. Mr. Clinton, you just want the driver is not a stupid person.
No.
Listen to me. Driver is not a stupid person. What driver can see, manager can see it.
Do drivers review contracts?
So the question that you asked, if our driver, let's say, carry people, I work with them on the fee. After I ask for contract, the contract is here. You getting me?
You ask for the contract. I'm very
interested. Clinton, let's give Coda the chance to speak. I'm begging you.
If your TRO is saying that you're reviewing,
Clinton, please. Vanny, can you finish up? Answer, please.
Yes. I want you to limit driver. I went on the field. I work with the people hand to hand. In fact, material, I will say I should assess minister and manager and supervisor on the field. If I go there, the supervisor say do this, I will do it. And what made the team drag? I told you we wrote the LACC. There is a letter. We wrote it on November 13th. When almost my and they refused to reply. That's what I sent to you the other day. So that how we make sure Mr. Tato inside as a witness. We sign on our Vanny Kona Dorothy comment sign. We raise the concern and not this thing on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I gotta go. Vanny, thank you very much. Clinton, thank you. Clinton, thank you. Vanny, thank you. Martin, let's bring you on. Let's bring you on, Martin Cody.
Thank you, CEO. Good evening to everyone, especially our guests, former staff of the National Road. Good evening to all Liberians listening. This subject on discussion tonight is very critical because it has to do with accountability, transparency, and responsible leadership. I sat back listening to the panelists quizzing the two staffers. The first thing I want to establish is these people are not third parties. They have first-hand information, including fake reports that were generated by those projects. We are going to upload all of those reports. The second thing I would like to say, CEO, is to clarify the misleading information provided by Isaac Doe about the procurement process in Liberia. There is a difference between EOR, expression of interest, and competitive bidding. This show is widely monitored. When we come to the show, we should provide facts. Isaac did not cite any specific section of the law or provision to justify his false claim. Let's go to Part 5 of the law. Part 5 of the law talks about two different competitive bidding processes. Number one, international. Number two, national. There is a threshold price that can invoke that particular section of the law. And that threshold price is $250,000. Any contract above that threshold, the law says there should be a competitive bidding process and not an EOR or an objection request. There's a difference between objection request and competitive bidding. You can only request for objection when there is an emergency. Check under Section 31. So objection has got nothing to do with competitive bidding. You can put an EOR up in newspaper, people can apply. That does not constitute competitive bidding. We have to inform our people on the factual basis of the debate. So I just want to clarify that there was no competitive bidding, number one. And like Mr. Thomas said, the manager of the fund, Nouvelle Wento, she entered into the agreement with this quote-unquote contractor, Blico, on August 18, 2023. She wrote for request of objection to the PPCC on the 30th. I sent all the documents to you, Stanton. You want to put it up for the Liberian people to see for themselves. You don't sign contract. You don't enter into an agreement before writing the PPCC for approval. Because when you talk about objection, you are talking about source.
You ran with this story we did so many months back. And let me ask you a straight up question. Do you think corruption took place here, Martin?
Of course, 100%. And I'm going to set the basis to establish corruption.
I want us to get to it. Let's forget about the law. You wrote your story. We followed this thing.
So I was just clarifying the mistake.
Yeah, you're trying to correct ICDO. Let's come to the reason why you think the LDCC now has opened an investigation into the National Road Fund. What is the corruption here, Martin?
So the first corruption is you cannot seek no objection request when the contract has been signed, because you are writing the PPCC for approval to do something called single sourcing. So you cannot sign the contract with the quote-unquote contractor and then you run to the PPCC now for approval. That's number one. That's corruption. It's wrong. It's illegal. You sign on the 18th of August, then you ran to the PPCC for approval on the 30th. Does that make sense to you? The second thing is, look at the contractor, look at the history of the contractor. We managed to have pulled down the registration document of the contractor. Blico registered under the laws of Liberia in 2016. From 2016 to 2023, Blico has no performance record or history of doing any road-related work. I want you to go to the contract, Stanton. $410,500 United States dollars. We are talking about almost $1 million. I mean, almost $500,000. So if you gave such a contract to a company that has no performance record in the area of road-related work, then you should be questioned. There are dozens of qualified, competent construction companies in that country. Why did you opt for no objection in the first place or single sourcing? It raises red flag. You should have opened the process. The process should have been transparent. You can only opt for no objection in the case of emergency.
Help me understand, Martin. A lot of this thing happens, single source, no objection, PPCC, and that's what we are talking about, Scott, in our next segment, maybe today or tomorrow, because all these things, PPCC approved, no objection. PPCC approved, PPCC approved. Let's come to the road for Martin. Where you think Josita Winterhands is in the cookies jar? Where?
So go to the law that created the road fund. There is a perimeter, and the perimeter is definite in terms of the structure and operations or the mandate of the road fund. The law says there are two functions of the road fund, because the fund is not an implementing agency. The fund is a collection and disbursement agency. The law says the fund can collect money and the fund can disburse money for two major reasons: to maintain roads and bridges, and not to implement a solar light project or to implement a road review project. How can you spend, CEO, $410,000 just to review roads? Which roads are you reviewing? The damaged roads? Even in Monrovia, most of the roads are damaged. So how can you spend almost $500,000 just to review roads and not even to build roads, not even to maintain roads, but to review roads? Does that make sense to you, CEO? The next thing I want to say, look at the contract. Go to the contract, page 2. After the contractor signed or entered into the agreement with the road fund, 60% of 410,500 was disbursed immediately. There is something called fiscal prudence. Probably the manager of the road fund doesn't understand that. You don't sign a contract and immediately give 60% of the money without any work being.
Thank you.
But,
So,
but see, I'm coming. Just give me 1 more minute. Yeah, because I sat back and listened to everybody talking, and I have to say something also about Solar Light project. So don't do that. So this entire thing was a scam. Look at the incorporator, for example, of the quote-unquote contractor. Do you know that he has criminal record? We uploaded his criminal files from the court. He was indicted for timber trafficking or illegal timber trade.
Who is he? What's his name? What's his name?
Terrence Collins. Terrence Collins. All of the files on our page, our Facebook page. He was also fined by the EPA for illegal sand mining. So like Mr. Thomas said, right? No work was done. The money was dished out. Mr. Thomas did not get the contract, but he did the work, and who did the report? Tomorrow we will upload the fake report. We'll upload the fake report of the Solar Light project. We'll also upload the fake report of the quote-unquote road review project. So we are talking about 570,000 in total being wasted and some funds stolen. Because the thing is, the witnesses are there. They work with the project. They are telling you no work was done. And if no work was done, according to them, where is the money? Who took the money for doing nothing?
I want you to talk to us about Binta Masale, Collins, and the rest of the other story. People are saying it was because of CDC campaign project that brought in those representatives from Cape May and other places. That's the reason why, if it is true, the allegation that Josita went on, she was instructed to fund that part of the country because of election purposes. What say you?
That's political corruption. And the thing is, Stanton, look at the contract again, the Solar Light contract, $160,000 United States dollars. Look at that contract. The contract says 1,000 solar lights or lamps, 1,000 poles, 1,000 poles, 1,000 lamps, right? Go and do your own investigation. Thankfully,
why you think up to now this government have not investigated Josita?
I don't know. It is up to the president to make that determination. All we can ask him to do is to open an investigation, because we have witnesses, first-hand witnesses. They are willing to testify, Mr. President. They are saying the money was misused, misappropriated. We should not even be using road fund for Solar Light project. That's a violation of the 2016 Road Fund Act. We should be using road fund for the implementation of roads and bridges, and not Solar Light project, but because they had an intent to divert.
My last question, maybe we can leave this thing open for the next 4 minutes. We will leave it open because I think we will wind down. Everybody will have the chance to speak 30 seconds each. So my last question to you, Martin, and I appreciate you, Mr. Thomas. And also, my last question to you, Martin. I beg you for that, Patrick. You're quite correct. You will speak, therefore. I'm so sorry for that. Martin, my last question to you, real quick. We are talking about lawmakers, Binta Masale is her name.
Again?
We are talking about Mr. Collins. He's also a lawmaker here and there. The Blico, with Honor actually Ruth Collins, who is her husband. Can you now tell us?
See, you were saying something I did not get you.
No, I said after Martin will bring you on, Vendetta, you will speak because you have not spoken. So Martin, my question to you, we are bringing on lawmakers now. Talk to us. How serious are these allegations? It's not only to go after, how you call her, Josita, but how serious are the allegations now, talking about lawmakers being involved into pay-to-play for kickbacks?
These are grave allegations, and they should be investigated independently. Madam Newville Wintour to be persecuted because she takes responsibility in the context of superior respondeat. She was the manager at that time when the situation happened, and it's glaring, right? I just read the post of the staff of the representative Bintu Masale. He has admitted that they received the lights, raw fund. That's raw fund being received by a certain representative in the guise of kind. They receive the lights. So why should we spend raw funds on buying posts and lights to give to a representative candidate? Is that not corruption? Is that not conflict of interest?
I think you're coming on the show, speak a lot, and these questions we can announce that LDCC have called on Josita Winton for an investigation. Once we have a copy of that communication, we'll share it. I think raising this issue to fight against corruption, these are all allegations, and we hope that Josita will have a time to speak to the nation and address this thing. Martin Cody, thank you very much. Thomas, Uncle Thomas, Mr. Thomas, thank you. To our brother Vani Kona, we want to say thank you. Before you guys leave, we're going to give the last word. Patrick have not spoken. Let's allow him to speak.
Right, but before Martin leave, can I please say something since he called my name?
Exactly, but for that, Patrick must speak because he has
not spoken. Listen, you gotta listen now. You guys are speaking, nobody talk. Mama, you guys have to listen. CEO, let me say clearly. Look, nobody is here to protect an extension of a regime appointee. As a matter of fact, there are people holding tenure positions under the CDC-led government. They are doing very well. And some of us have defended them here. And we even lost some good relationships. But my personal interaction with the National Road Fund stems as far as August 2024. I posted a communication and sent to the National Road Fund. I have gone to OKFM and I was deliberating on critical national issues. And just in passing, I mentioned the National Road Fund about corruption that was taking place there. It will interest you to know that I received a call from the National Road Fund, questioning my integrity, that I do not have the moral rectitude to question the National Road Fund. And interestingly, CEO, I told the individual, before I can even speak to your National Road Fund manager, I warned him. I said, go on your website and change that title of the National Road Fund manager, because she was using the title as Chief Executive Officer, the National Road Fund, and in Section 4 of the National Road Fund, I state clearly that the head of the National Road Fund should be called National Road Fund Manager. But she was using that as Chief Executive Officer. That was the first thing. I said, before I can even communicate with you, you have to correct that. And in less than 24 hours, that was corrected. They didn't know that I've done the screenshot of everything. But see, the bottom line is, I think, like Martin explained, there is a widespread corruption at the National Road Fund. The contractor has no history of implementing whatever contract they were awarded to, quote unquote, carry on road construction in Cape Man. Talk about solar light. That was not the purpose. Number two, CEO, it will interest you to note that even the PPCC response, I posted that document in the chat room. The PPCC response to the National Road Fund manager indicated clearly that we don't have problem when you're awarding the contract. But the Minister of Justice and that of the Minister of Finance should sign At the time the PPCC wrote all that letter, the contract was already awarded. So CEO, I don't need to go beyond that. I think I want to start right there. The PPCC was aware that the action taken by the National Road Fund manager was in violation of the PPCC. So clearly and tendently, they say, you know what, we have to clear our side. We are giving you the right for no objection. But remember, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Justice should sign. But at that time, the contract was already awarded. If you seek a notice of no objection from PPCC, you have to wait once it is approved. You can proceed. That's why the Minister of Justice, being legally minded, he did not put the date. He signed on that document. I posted the document in the chat room. You see, lawyers are not stupid. They are not. The Minister of Justice was aware that one day this thing will come up. So he did not put any date. All the other people who signed the dates were there in contradiction. So CEO, this thing is just as clear as you can see it. The National Road Fund manager, in fact, CEO, the very document the woman was calling herself Chief Executive Officer, CEO, that is in itself. You know, I don't know whether she read the National Road Fund. The last thing, CEO, the last thing I want to state clearly. I don't know whether Kafwan is aware the National Road Fund reports, National Road Fund manager report directly to the Minister of Finance. There were, as tend to be corrected, the selection of the National Road Fund manager must be done by the Interministerial Committee. The advertisement was only for a few times. I have not heard anybody who applied for that job. In the whole country, 4.5 million people, only one person applied. I don't know how it happened. I don't know whether I'm making sense or not.
It's 11:05 in Liberia. We got to go with Becky.
So let me conclude on this matter. You know, I've not been talking. You people started talking at 9. Let me close on the CEO, please. Don't mind those, our dollars. Let me just close on the CEO. Yeah, but let me close now. I don't know why you not let my business these days. I don't know why.
Man, you talk plenty about it.
And you know I your bro, I your brother.
I'm telling you to close, VP. Close on this one.
Okay, go. Now why I like your business? You will live long. You will live long. Now why I like your business? So CEO, I'm happy that LACC has opened a file to investigate the National Road Fund, but it is clear there's no way. In fact, CEO, it will interest you to also note that this company, when we spoke about the lady who was very instrumental in giving this position to this lady at the National Road Fund, who happened to be the former Minister of Public Works, Rose Coker. When I blew this alarm, the woman came in my inbox. She threatened me with lawsuit. I said, look, I am an intellectual. I never run away from the battle of ideas. If you want to go to court, I will go and defend myself in court. I challenge her. So CEO, this was a whole syndicate. It's a fraud. And I don't trust the LACC because the current LACC board is not transparent. I'm going to be very clear about that tonight.
VP, thank you very much. I want to say thanks to all of you. Mr. Thomas, thank you very much for coming. I beg you 1 minute, please. Everybody have the time. Mr. Thomas, I want to appreciate you for coming on tonight.
I say we're not talking fire tonight. I say we're not talking fire tonight.
These are ongoing investigations. But guys, I beg you, please. These are ongoing investigation, but to understand that it took everything in you to come on, we really appreciate. Dr. Richardson, please let Mr. Thomas.
Did he say, Mr. Thomas should do?
Can I have 1 minute? Martin, call my name. I just wanted to say something, please.
Just
That I think was saying Mr. Thomas.
1 minute.
First off, Badala Tatre,
I said, yeah.
No, I said we must go swear. We're not talking 1 minute here tonight.
Say Mr. Thomas should leave, and then Mr. Kona should leave, and then we can talk more ourselves.
No, but we got issue because the witnesses
I
are
wanted
not credible.
to respond to Martin. Martin called my name or something. That's why I just wanted 1 minute.
We need 30 seconds each. The witnesses are not credible. There are a lot of contradictions that they provide.
Dr. Richard, getting in 1 minute.
Okay.
But this is not a court, my man. This is not a court.
Dr. Richard,
who determine whether the witnesses are credible or not?
Witnesses in Brian said they are witnesses.
But who determine whether the witnesses are credible or not? No, but you don't determine whether they are credible or not. You don't.
Akaros, those people work with the fund.
Mr. Thomas,
they're not credible. I will tell you by the
and then I'll let you guys go.
How are they not credible? What's the business for your
Listen, Martin,
by their statements.
I beg you.
Are you
No, you listen to the man contradicting himself.
Mr. Gray, please.
My man, your statement is overruled. It's overruled, General Gray.
You're charging people for their criminal record. They make second for America because of child support. They make a criminal record in America. Thomas.
Mr. Gray, I beg you. Let Mr. Thomas talk. Let Mr. Thomas talk. They leave, then we can talk among ourselves here with, including Mr. Cuddy, because you're here. You're almost a part of us now.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Thomas, we want to say thank you. Please close because you got to leave, and then we'll go to Vani. Vani will close, and Vani will leave. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas, for coming on.
Thank you. The thing that amazes me is that we celebrate people who steal from us. Our own money, we celebrate them. We applaud them for stealing from us. This is not about Titus Thomas. This is about the people of Liberia money. So I'm glad that Stanton, you announced that LACC has opened an official investigation into the road fund manager. I will be a witness. I will say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Nobody and nothing will stop me from speaking the truth. You can't steal from your people, and if I will not be a part of it. So people who know me will tell you the person I am. And I'm Gray, I don't know you from a can of bean. I said, though, I don't know you from a can of bean.
Yes, sir, you know me from Kidman.
No, I say you from Kidman. There's a difference. I say you from Kidman. But the truth will come out in the investigation. And you will see the truth. But you still not want to believe it because you're blinded. And because you want to be loyal to somebody who you think.
I have a $48,000 kickback from public work, and I know it.
Come on, 1 minute, Honorable Gray. We'll have our time to speak. I beg you, sir. Let Mr. Thomas close. Mr. Thomas, thank you very much for coming.
I think
my man, Honorable Gray from Cape Mama, man. You are a manja. Manja.
Let me say this as an aside. It's so mad because my boy Prince Toll kick his butt. So
okay, I'm a good we want to bring in Kona. Kona, do the closing, please. Kona, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, CEO, for you bringing us to the people station for all to talk to our people. And the Gray Fund is not a turning position. Mr. Gray, please get a chance. I know you are angry because you are being defeated already.
Focus, do your closing, sir.
Yeah. The Gray Fund is not a turning. The Gray Fund is not a turning position. That 5-year contract, in that 5-year contract, every year they can do appraisal. Really? Through that appraisal, when you perform, you corrupt, the law says they should prosecute you. So it's not a turning position. The road fund manager is the secretary to the finance minister. But Mr. Winto to the finance minister, but Mr. Winto is the secretary to the finance minister, but Mr. Winto. Okay, thank you. Let it be so.
Thank you very much again. We appreciate you, Kona. Thank you very much, sir. It's always good having you. Okay, so for now, we want to say it's only a good thing to come back in studio, guys. We got 6 different items to discuss. We will give Martin Cody, who should be leaving us shortly, the last word on this. Martin, as always, I can announce to you the big ears. The big ears are listening. I can. My man, we are here on the show. We got our colleagues in the back.
So that he can exonerate himself from publication in May.
Martin Cody, please. Again, it's always good having you. So guys, listen. This is what I'm going to do. I'm begging you. Okay. And if we can just conduct ourselves accordingly, we'll have fun on the show.
I want to send you.
We got 6 different topics that we have not touched. We can do that in our closing. Martin Cody, you want him to come back, he will come by your way addressing. I must go on, please. We have no stability. We have no stability and a group. We ask questions to go on. Yes, he's not the guest. We spoke to the guest already. Martin is contributing here tonight. We're begging you guys. Martin Cody, please do your closing.
I don't always, when people call, people need to respond. Only me.
They will.
Please give Isaac one. Isaac, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me some of your time. So, Martin, you wanted to teach your teacher. This is the thing. I wanted to say, Martin, there's not an AI forum where you can write plenty. You were telling me of no objection. You say the people sign for no objection in the single sourcing. Martin, let me tell you, your own man you brought, he was on the evaluation committee. Your own man said 2 companies applied. That does not mean single sourcing. The no objection you are seeing there is the no objection to a word contract. It is not no objection to advertise for contract. So the way it works, after you have gotten the approval from your procurement plan, you advertise, the people apply, you hire.
But that was not an issue of Martin.
No, guys, I beg you, Martin will speak for himself, please.
Right. So when you get all of the documents, you will send the document back to PPCC. PPCC now will ask you, how did you hire this company? Did you advertise? Did you do evaluation? Based on all of that, they gave you the no objection to get.
Thank you, Isaac.
And before it gets there, stand on. Wait, before it gets there,
to your question, I'll finish up. But we gotta go.
Stand on.
I got to do this. We have to go. We got 6 topics. We got to do.
You can't let me to learn now. Before it gets there, Martin, the company signs, the manager signs. The only people who don't sign, the finance minister will not sign, the justice minister will not sign. When it comes back from PPCC, that's when the finance minister and the justice minister sign. Go back to AI and try to learn a little more. Don't come here to talk things.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. That's the only thing you want to say. Remember, go back to AI. Martin, talk to us, please. Martin, talk to us. Do your closing. Let's go home, Martin, please.
Isaac, quite frankly, even talking Tom is
Martin, go ahead.
The point I want to make is, Isaac, you have to understand the structure, context, and procedure. When people talk about no objection, it is a request. It is a request made by the National Road Fund to the PPCC, telling them, because of emergency, we cannot go through a bidding process. So we are asking you to grant us the authority to proceed with the contractors we have selected through EOI, expression of interest. So in the case of the National Road Fund, they selected 2 contractors. So if you look at the letter, they are asking the PPCC for approval to go ahead with these 2 contractors instead of opening a bid or a competition for everybody to apply and go through the selection process. So the evaluation committee you talk about was internal at the National Road Fund. So PPCC granted the authority to go ahead. But before that authorization, the contract had already been signed, which is wrong. It's illegal. That's the point I was trying to make to you. So let's go to the real issue. The real issue here, CEO, is crime has been committed. Yes, I'm not the court, but the circumstances, the pieces of evidence, documentary evidence in our possession, we are inclined to conclude that crime has been committed. Corruption has been. This was a syndicate to divert, transform, misappropriate, and misapply the people's resources. There was no work done to listen to the former employees of the entity. They are not third parties. They are speaking from high evidence, the perspective of high evidence. They went to the field to even do M&E. They didn't see the quantity of life as inscribed in the contract. You can't say we're spending 160,000 for 1,000 light posts and 1,000 lamps. After the project implementation, a team of evaluators goes to the project site and they can see 1,000 posts, 1,000 lamps. Does anybody need to tell our CEO an act of corruption transpired? No. You listen to the driver. Even the 800 lights, they could not even see up to 400 plus. So where did the other lights go? The truth of the matter is.
But Martin, you said 700 light. Then you say 800. Your own record said 700.
I said
so
driver.
what the 100 came?
I said the driver. You listen to the driver. We are going to
because the man
upload
the says 800 and you said 700. Now you're right off.
Gentlemen, you're not letting men talk, man.
Right off, Martin. You on public record for this.
Great.
Now I wanted you to be on the show. The man said.
All right, so go ahead, Martin. Martin got to finish. Honorable Gray, you will say that at the end of the show. Martin got to speak. Martin,
no, but I want
Honorable Gray, just hold on 1 minute. Let Martin speak. You'll make those corrections.
Great. I mean, the inconsistency are glaring. You're going to point that out. Just wait.
And we are
Martin is frozen
because what you say against the witnesses, they are not credible.
Thank you very much, Greg. Go ahead, Martin.
Ability of witnesses. The thing is, you are trying to shield corruption, and the facts are overwhelming.
Martin, 700 and 800 are descriptions.
But Greg, you are disrupting the show. Honorable Greg, you are disrupting the show. We can't do this.
When you spoke,
we're thanking you.
Greg, when you spoke, we gave you a chance to speak. We didn't agree with what you said, but we were favored to have given you the chance to speak. This is a public platform. You don't interrupt or disrupt the flow of thoughts.
We can correct people on the wrong.
The point I'm making to you, but you have your time to make that correction. Yeah, that's the etiquette. The point I'm making to you, Gray, is I have a report in my possession. A fake report was generated, which we are going to share tomorrow. We've shared a lot of pieces of evidence, ironclad evidence. Those pieces of evidence cannot be opposed or challenged, not even in court. So you cannot go, even if there is disparity in the quantity, as mentioned by the driver and I. The fact of the matter is 1,000 light posts as inscribed in the contract were never bought. So the second thing is on the front of this Blico group. Look at Blico. Go and look at their history. I don't know whether you have read the contract on the Gray, but you need to read it. The facts are in the contract. The facts are in the contract. You don't sign a contract with a contractor. Immediately you sign, you give the contractor 60% of the money up front without the contractor doing any work. Does that make sense to you? Is that how you use a signed concession agreement in the House of Representatives? The point I'm making to you is,
because Martin asked me the question. Martin, you know what they call upfront? Hold on, let me correct you.
Honorable Gray, no, Martin is leaving. I beg you, Honorable
Gray. But then don't do that,
Honorable Gray, you will have your time to respond. Let me finish. Right? Then you will have your time to respond, Honorable Gray. I beg you. Honorable Gray, you will have your time to respond. No, so Martin, can you wrap up, please?
Nowhere in the world you will give a contract to a contractor and give that contractor 60% upfront immediately after signing.
It was paid in October. In October. You are wrong. It was paid in October. The bank statement is
Well, I
there.
was October. It was no tenure. She was still acting as national road fund manager.
But then you didn't read the contract.
Let everybody go in the back. Let Martin finish. Then we're going to come back and discuss. I'm begging you. Yeah, we spent 2 hours 49 minutes just on this story. We got to move on. I'm begging everybody. So I'm begging you. Martin, go ahead.
Remember, let Martin go back. Yeah, wherever
CEO, the intent for the consistent disruption is to distort the truth. But the people know the truth. The people know the truth. Number one, the PPCC Act of 2005 was violated in the context of no bidding, competitive bidding, because that contract, the value of that contract was above the legal threshold of 250,000. What was the emergency to have even requested for no objection? PPCC. They are legitimate construction companies in our country. Open the process of competition. They are Liberian construction companies. This company
Thank you, Martin, thank you. Let's make progress again. You're welcome to come back tomorrow.
So to conclude on this note, let me conclude on this note. The public is calling on the. As per our information, there's an investigation ongoing. It is our hope that this process will be fast-tracked because the people want to know the truth, even though the truth has been established, but we are not a legitimate authority to announce what the truth is. We will only provide the facts, clearly show that there was corruption. This was a scam being orchestrated by state criminals. We busted the scam, we exposed our facts, we elevated the discourse, and Liberians can see for themselves. Since there are theses and antitheses, we allow the public to judge and provide the signed theses. Because at the end of the day, we are interested in the truth. That country belongs to all of us, CEO. Our people have suffered simply because of corruption. The reason why...
Thank you, Martin. Let's leave it there. I know we will talk more. We really have to go.
Just to call on the president, Joseph Yuman Boakai, the president has been taking some decisive steps. Commendable, Mr. President. But there are other issues, other allegations of corruption across the public sector. He also needs to deal with them decisively because he wouldn't want for his approach to dealing with corruption to be seen as selective. So deal with everybody, whether you are from Unity Party, whether you are from CDC, whether you are from Liberty Party, in as much
thank you, Martin.
Piece of evidence to show that you stole from the people, there should be penalties in line with the law. This is what we are interested in. The total
Martin Cody, the activist, we appreciate you on Spoon. Whenever you have the time, come back. Let's talk about Liberia. The interest of our people is a paramount concern. And we just appreciate all the things you're doing and continue to do. We say thank you for coming. Seriously, I do. And we'll talk. Thank you. I want to announce that yesterday the LDCC opened investigation on Josita Winton and the National Road Fund. We will also announce that it is very, very important for you to understand that all these are allegations and LDCC will carry on the investigation. I can also announce that the executive mansion, the president, is fully informed and briefed on this matter. Listen, whatever it may take and whatever will happen, again, under Joseph Yuman Boakai, president of the Republic of Liberia, will decide. But these are very, very serious allegations. These are allegations that we all can just discuss here on Spoon Talk and allow the government, those in power, to take those necessary steps to prevent such allegations or such serious crime in our country. The money that we give on, the purpose that we give on for, the amount of people talking about kickback. We're going to have another episode on these stories, and we appreciate Martin, Mr. Thomas, Kona, whatever your side may be. Listen, who is Josita Winton? She's a seditious. She was appointed by President George Manawia. You see exactly what you want to see on the show today, where you have my brother Clinton, like Karis Gray and Alex Do. You know, they are defending
what do you respect? You
based
gotta
on
allow
based
the
on
internet has
you But you will speak. But you will speak. You will speak.
Yeah, but don't do that to
You,
us.
no. I'm doing my
Let's not make this in partisan and center. Do your
But
I'm
I'm
doing
here
my,
like
I'm doing my, I'm doing my closing on this.
Yeah, but don't make it partisan. Because
People running the skills too quick over the weekend, so they shouldn't even close what they want to
And
do.
I think that's exactly what Martin Colley said. You will disrupt when people trying to.
No, but Senator, this is the thing. When you do that, all the time you do that and say that this is a partisan thing,
You always
it's
do
the
that,
entire
but it's
argument.
not fair. This is not a species. The people email lies.
Guys, you have your time to speak on the issue. Let me have my time to speak.
No, we don't have our time. You spoke, you asked that a question yesterday. You asked only 2 questions.
Guys, let's speak one at a
When you
time.
finish with talk, we
Let him talk.
Exactly. But
Finish
say, you
with
know
talk.
what? You know what? I will keep it for my closing. Sister Glendy, come back on the show.
No, we want you to talk. You will talk.
No, because no, I will not talk. You will not run the show because I know you.
All right, let me be the first to go now.
No, stop. I say stop. Your three amigos, you want to run the show. You will not do it today. Okay, let me move on. Let me bring in what is happening in our country. Let's go to the next topic. It's only important.
No, we got to close one day. No, we need a conclusion statement. You asked us.
We need to conclude on this thing. Stand on.
No. We will do it in our closing. No. Guys, stop. We'll do it in our closing. Just stop me. Everybody stop. Let's move on. We have a serious issue.
We have a serious
Honorable Moses Akaris Gray, please. Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. When we bring the next topic, choose your time to discuss on this issue.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Spoon Talk. We are in a situation here. We need an SOS call to Gregory Coleman. We're in a serious situation here, but let's make progress. Glenny, come back on the show. Maybe you will help monitor your brother, Akaris Gray. Thank God Gibson is not on tonight. We'll be bringing for the family. Before we do that, I'm going to put this picture up. This gentleman, if anybody know him in Liberia, he has been accused of beating a Liberian. If anybody know him, this is the court document. The charges from the police station, he was sent to the court, he was charged, he was sent to the court, and mysteriously today, the judge released him on bail. Now, Clinton is the lawyer, he can tell us why. We zoom in on this thing, the different charges, the person is saying, now these are allegations against him. Before today's end, criminal attempt to commit murder, aggravated assault, and felonious restraint, all these different allegations we get. Commodore Clinton, the CDC lawyer, we hope he will take away his CDC hat and explain to us exactly what is happening. But this story got deeper. The person that was beaten, we spoke to the police station. The police station said he was charged, he was detained, and he was transferred to court. The court charged him. The judge deemed it necessary to accept his bond, and he's now released. What exactly happened? Before you leave tonight, we got videos, we got picture. We will tell you who's this guy. This gentleman, I want you to look at him seriously. Who is he? Is it true that he beat on the Liberian boy? The boy almost died? The real story you will hear only on Spoon, and we invite you to be patient. I want us to spend 30 minutes with our brother Fode Fambula. Today in session
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Yes. Today Fode says something. Okay, I will reduce it to 15 minutes because you don't want to give him 30. Today Fode says something. And what Fode said today, you will listen to it, and I want every one of you to see exactly what's going on with Liberia. Fode is a sitting lawmaker that's saying to the justice in chamber, everything you said was liquor talk. We'll not pay attention to you. Let's bring in Fode Fambula, and then we can have this conversation. I know, Honorable Gray, you served as a lawmaker before. You have your own different take. Everybody been listening to this story. I want to say to my brother Yekezi, can you please put the Liquor Talk comment up, and then we'll give Fode the chance to explain. Yekezi? Yekezi, are you there? Yekezi, are you with us? All right, again, can somebody find me Yekezi? Maybe we lost Yekezi. Let's give you the chance. We listen to the clip. Everybody listen to the clip. Let's give you the chance. Your remark today will play it later on, but you said something today on the floor. We want to really give you the chance seriously for you to explain yourself. Welcome to the show, Honorable Fode Fambula. Well, you got to unmute yourself. We are not hearing you.
Okay, thank you again, Satan. And I think the essence of the platform is to always provide information to our people in Radio Land and those who are listening to us by this media. We made a statement today on the floor of the legislature, and that was in reference to a comment of one of our colleagues. The situation, the scene was that, one, there was no letter on the floor from any of our colleagues referencing the actions of the Associate Justice. And Honorable Belete on the floor said he wanted for that statement that has been parading the social media to be placed on the agenda. And that is not the procedure that is laid out for issues to be placed on the agenda. When things are not serious, we do not give them relevance. The issue that we are discussing today has been something that has gone to the Supreme Court prior to today. The minority, the likes of Honorable Belete, they took a flight to the Supreme Court for a few reasons. That the sitting was illegal, the speaker elections was illegal, the removal was illegal, all of the likes, all of the issues they raised. Justice Gbese Nchimba turned down to place any stay order on our action. He served as the justice in Nchimba. He refused to place any stay order on grounds that he did not see it fit legally to take any action. Thereafter, the same group of lawmakers, they took a flight again to the full bench. Justice Gbese, being a member of the full bench, did not have any dissenting view to the positions of the full bench. He did not make any further explanation to the positions of the full bench. Unfortunately, we don't know how some recording was brought to the public. And sometimes, like we usually say, people's voice are dotted. When the person has not officially come out to respond to their voice or say, yes, I said this, it is not good to give any level of relevance to it, because we are in a modern world where a lot of things happen with technology and a lot of people has the ability to manipulate stories and voices, and a lot of things can happen. So where the justice have not come up with a formal position, and you agree with me that the Chief Justice officially presents the positions of the justices in chamber. So we don't know the genuine nature of the recording. and that in the context of our local parlance, it is always said in the doom of the former chairman of the CDC that when statements are not serious, that when statements should not be considered important, like in the instant case where no one has come out to say, yes, I made such statement, there's no video to the statement, it should be considered in the context of not being serious. And in the context of Chairman Molu, Lekoto. So on the floor today, Honorable Belete wanted to use that informal explanation and as a basis of laying a political sentiment on the floor. So we try to brush it away to not bring the justice in conflict with political standing, in as much as we are aware there's a bill of information still pending before the justice, an attempt for that voice playing outside to be his voice, that automatically compromises the judge and make him to recuse himself. So to not give such fabulous statement relevant, we use the normal Chairman Molu statement that it should not be considered important, that's just a regular legal talk, and let us forget about it and focus on the real issue. He took it out of context, other people took it out of context, but the real intent is the legislature who were with opinion of the Supreme Court of full bench, not to give any credence to sad conversation. Where the justice were on the football field, you try to record him illegally, will not pay any relevance to that. That was what happened today.
Let me just play that everybody here. 841 is a thank you, Representative Fambula. And then I will bring in Akaris Mosigre first. This is a very serious issue. You're sitting representative, representing your people. You're speaking in the condescending manner to our justice in chamber, Justice Basie. I want our Liberians to hear this, and thank you for coming on. Actually, that we can address this. The reason why I'm going to go to Akaris Gray after I play this, because when you serve in that position, you know exactly what you guys do in the house.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, distinguished colleagues, because stating my readiness, we will not give any relevant or any legal statement for the Associate Justice. Or someone going to King Jusha and make a legal statement, will not give any relevant to it. I'll be ready to go.
Your readiness, Mr. President. Let me have a seat. I order the gentleman. Your readiness, please. Be ready to go. Your readiness. Yakas Kaluba, please have your seat. We've arrested the situation already.
So let's just put some things in context here. You didn't only say a liquor talk, but you say if somebody go in the King Juice shop and he drink his King Juice, man, I don't know whether we have seen this in any part of the world, man. But I will get my,
So, Senator, let me just.
No, I beg you, honorable man. I really want to. Yeah. I want you to hear from everybody.
Let me just say this.
Allow everybody to speak. We'll give you all the time you need, and I'm happy because maybe you will say something that will be pleasing. But again, the line when somebody going Ken Juice shop is very.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, Honorable Moses Akaris Gray, please.
Okay, you want me to carry start on? The line is very bad.
Honorable Gray, please come in. Please come in, Honorable Gray. Akaris, come in. All right, so it means that Akaris is frozen. We're going to go to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, talk to us. Dr. Richardson, are you frozen too?
Yeah, sorry, I was unmuting myself. I'm not frozen. It's disappointing just seeing how people who are supposed to be representing Liberians, how they were behaving today. I'm very disappointed. It doesn't matter whether you know which party you are from, or whether you're from the anti-lawmaker group, or whether you're from the rule of law lawmaker group. My small brother and honorable representative for the family, their comments were very unprofessional, using the term liquor talk, or when you're drinking juice and you talk, all of those words that you use were very, very, very professional. And I hope that you'll find it within yourself to take it back, or at least to apologize to the justice. How can you, the lawmaker, expect the ordinary Liberians to respect the law and to be lawful and to respect each other, to tolerate each other's views, to be inclusive, when you, who we hold you high up there, you're making those kind of comments and making reference to Molu? When Molu made those comments, we were not happy. I don't know if you remember, we weren't happy when he made those comments either. He was addressing the former president, I believe, and it didn't feel well. When you said that Honorable Ability wanted to put this matter on the agenda and it wasn't serious enough, my question was, who decides? And maybe you decides what is serious to be on the agenda or not. I was just wondering about that. I noticed there's a serious communication breakdown within the parties, within the political units, the justice system, the executive system, and your system. There's a breakdown in communication. If you felt like the justice was just speaking for himself, not on behalf of the Supreme Court bench, what is so bad to pick up a phone call to call?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. It just won't be a minute.
Himself. What's so bad about that? That's all I wanted to add.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, guys. We're just going to use 1 minute because the video's up there, the clip up there, and then we'll give the Honorable for the Family the chance to address what you heard. Honorable Akaris, I hope your internet is good. You have your 1 minute.
Sorry, man. I got a very terrible internet. Well, let me just go fast. The question of for the family is in error legislatively. When an agenda is read, the agenda is placed amendments, meaning that corrections, additions. When an honorable man on the floor expresses unwillingness, that means somebody made the motion. Maybe Stanton made a motion for the agenda to be accepted. And then after making that motion, the presiding officer will ask, are you ready to vote? Somebody will say unready, or they will say ready. So fair enough, someone said unready. Let us add what the judge said. You can put it under AOB, that may can form part of the agenda. It's no question whether you have evidence or not. They will give you amended the agenda. If that amendment is accepted, you will explain yourself. And then there will be a debate on the floor. Or the man who raised the motion can decide whether he will accept the amendment or not. So the man who made the motion said he didn't accept Musa Bedete's amendment. Fair enough. That is legislatively. When Famula came to express his unwillingness, that means that he wants to amend the agenda, his unwillingness to vote for the agenda. He had no reason to go to what Mr. Bedete said. His unwillingness means that he has something on mind to say, vote of what your Cody said that was rejected. You can't come back to what was rejected. If it was accepted, then you can say, okay,
I'm not into that, Honorable Gray, not about what they were doing, willingness or unwillingness. Let's talk about his comment. What he said concerning the justice in chamber.
Yeah, he said something is regular legislatively. That's why I thought they need to do a lot of workshop with the new lawmakers, because this is not, you can't come to the public and misinform the public when not here. The fact of the matter here is that, coming back to his statement, look, he went further. He said, there's not a legal statement. And not Kinju shop. Or someone says something in the Kinju shop. Family, that was a representative family. That was extremely, that's maximum desecration of the integrity of the legislature and bringing the body to public disrepute, showing a supremacy in the legislature that you don't have, blatant disregard for the rule of law, trying to tell the people in the judiciary they have no authority over you when they should be interpreting the law. You should have been more concerned about a judge going to a gathering and making a statement on what they wrote and what it meant. You should be more concerned about that. But to use the legislative flow and make a demeaning statement and come here tonight to say, CDC Chairman Molu said, liquor talk. Liquor talk been on Liberian parlance for a long time. People can say liquor talk, but not in a manner and form.
Thank you.
Not in a demeaning. No, let me tell you this. The thing here is that what you have done to yourself, it will go a long way.
Thank you, Honorable Greg. We'll come to that.
Yeah, just in conclusion, Stanton, just in conclusion, legislatively, Famula was in error, Representative Famula was in error to state his unreadiness by reacting to somebody whose unreadiness was rejected.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg. Thank you. I want to bring in Glenn. Thank you, Greg. Glenn, talk to us on, guys. Listen. I'm not too much into that house yet as to the step, the procedure. Whenever you get there, you will learn it and you can move on. Let's talk about what the Honorable Man for the family said. And again, let me play it because a lot of you want us to play it, and then Sister Glenda will come in with the rest of the guys.
Having listened to the well-written communication from Honorable Johnson S.N. Williams and Honorable James Menkule, I move, if I can obtain a second, that the said communication be received and that Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, distinguished colleagues, because stating my readiness, we will not give any relevant or any labor statement for the Associate Justice. When someone going to King Jusha and make a statement, we're not giving any relevant to it.
So Glenny, he directly said Associate Justice. There was nothing to say maybe the recording was wrong. There was nothing to say that's AI, liquor shop, Kenju shop, talk to me. And again, guys, I don't know what to make of this, but Glenny, let me hear you.
I think it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. It's a serious disgrace to have a sitting lawmaker speak about an associate justice like that. It's wrong. And I think Famula has reached a place where he thinks he's above the law. So he can say whatever he wants to say, whenever he wants to say, with no punitive measures coming towards him. How dare you even do that on your floor to speak about an associate justice? And then you come here on this platform and want to change what you actually said and downplay it like you didn't say those words. That's a disgrace. There's no way you can describe it. That you were even interject that what the associate justice said was something equivalent to what Molu said is wrong. Totally wrong. I don't know how else we can describe this. I think this thing that Liberia is allowing to happen where lawmakers are just doing what they want to do with nobody questioning them and nobody saying that they're wrong is unacceptable. For the family refused to come here when your friend broke the speaker office door, but he comes up here today to come tell us what. That's why I'm like, what does he have to come and say to us? His action today was wrong. It was disrespectful, and I'm embarrassed to even sit on the platform with him tonight. Honestly, totally embarrassed. I wish I would have the opportunity to sit with him anywhere again. That's a disgrace.
Thank you very much. Vandetta, you got to go, so that gave you time to speak before you leave.
Yeah, CEO, thank you. I certainly have no problem with the statement made by for the family. It is a historical culture of political deviance and legal disrespect. And I don't want us to get angry here. It is say how you make your bed and how you sleep. There is absolutely no extent to be recorded or remanded. No member of the Supreme Court bench has ever in my lifetime issued a statement that intimidated members of the national legislature. No way. But the legislature has proven to be very powerful against the judicial branch of government. When they speak, they bow. When they illegally remove us a caveat, and so this political debacle at the national legislature regarding the illegal removal of Speaker Kofa, it made these members of the Supreme Court bench to be very careful of their jobs. And that's why they came up with that controversial ruling. Wafode family said he's speaking based on authority. And we have to be very clear. In politics, if you have the political power, you can exert any power you want to do. You can call somebody and they will do nothing. For the family is right. The Supreme Court refused to be intentional in their ruling, to say this is our position. And listen to do not have the majority to conduct business. We also told the majority bloc, you got 37, but you don't have a speaker. But you have to go and address the issue. Okay, granted. The other people did not meet the requirement. The other people did not meet the requirement. They should know. To the extent the Minister of Justice went ahead to interpret the ruling of the Supreme Court, and they made no statement to say this is not the intent and desire of our ruling, and that the Minister of Justice has willfully and intentionally misinterpreted. And for the family is coming here to say something and you want to blame the mayor. For the family, you are the mayor, my brother. Your body, the first branch of government, has excessive powerful authority to a certain associate justice. Nobody on our Supreme Court bench will dare try a member of the national legislature. So family is right the way he said. Nobody will question him. So I don't want to participate in a debate.
Vandetta, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your own opinion on this. We appreciate you, my brother. Thanks. Let me bring in retired Colonel Everett Gray. Let's hear you.
Bye bye. I'll see you guys. No electricity here now.
You know, Stanton, to whom much is given, much is expected. For me, I'm a soldier. I believe in discipline. What I noticed about Fode family has temperamental issues. And that also comes to maturity, lack of maturity. You know, when you're growing up, you plateau at a certain age, but your years of experience from your action will determine who you be later on when you're a full-grown man. Mr. Famula came here. Look at an ailing man like Mr. Jackson. We all sympathize with people when they have terminal illness. He demonstrated an action that will tell you that he doesn't have that maturity. to prove his temperamental. We were talking the other day, he left the issue, jumped straight about I have not fought war and all that stuff. You know, those are all elements of immaturity. You know, when you're a member of the House, the respectability that is accorded that particular function, any and everything you say must be measured. You must be extremely careful how you say stuff. But you know what? Fode has yet to grow. He's just a kid. When he gets to that maturity in the future, he'll look at himself and say, wow, I was so naive. Because you know what? Nobody in their contrite heart, mind, will look at a sitting justice, whether an associate or the Chief Justice herself, and make that kind of statement. And then you're trying to pivot. He always says stuff and find out that it's wrong and then tends to walk back his step. You can avoid that when you gain that maturity. I pray for you that you someday become extremely mature so that you'll be measured before you even utter one word. Thank you.
Well, retired Colonel, thanks very much for your comment on this. Isaac, let's hear you.
Yeah, my brother, Representative Fullen, you are a young man, very young man. You know, I see you as my kind, and it is your first year being a lawmaker. Just 1 year, brother. You have ways to go. I encourage you to go home after this appearance. Play your voice over and over and over and again. Listen to what you said today, brother. In my mind, I think you are doing too much. You know, I was privileged to have served in government as well. Once you are serving at a certain time and you put it in your mind that nobody can do anything to you because you big man, it will always lead you down a drain. But when I listened to the statement today, I was disappointed, very disappointed. You are a sitting lawmaker. You are referring to the Supreme Court justice in the manner you did. Imagine if you were in your community and heard little kids speaking to not even the Supreme Court justice, but any lawyer in that manner. But I'm sure you'll be disappointed. And I just wanted to encourage you for them. My brother, time goes by fast. Slow down. Slow down for them. Today, it was embarrassing. And what hurt me most, people who are old to be your father were even sitting over there, not saying anything. They were okay with what you were doing. Some other folks who are representative, they were sitting in the name of getting speaker majority block. They only took yeke and representability to try to stop you. I think not much to say, brother, but slow down. You are setting yourself up for a very big, bad future. And I don't want to see you that way, despite our disagreement. As a young man like me, when I come to Liberia, I ought to come to you and I can chill, we can do anything because you're a young man. So please, for them, slow down. Thank you.
Also, thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, can you go ahead and we'll give Honorable Fode Fabula the chance to speak after we have Clinton.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Fode. How you doing? Honorable Fabula, sorry. How are you? Look, I don't think we should beat on Fode or Honorable Fabula. And let me say my opinion and why. Honorable Fabula is a member of a school of legislators who, for some reason, over the past 8 months, have not lived within the means of the laws of our country, right? And it is clear that there's they are disenchanted, right? There's a splinter group. One group is this, one group is that. And people in Liberia refuse to agree with me that we have problem in our legislature, and we say everything is okay and it's normal. So what you are seeing out of Honorable Famulé is just a clear evidence that the legislature is not okay. But because we as a people continue to play a blind eye to it, some of these things will come out. You know, they want to be in the right ordinance, but the prevailing circumstances are not allowing them to do so. So who do we blame? Do we blame Honorable Famulé as an individual who is only speaking out the sentiment of what's happening in there? Or should we blame the entire legislature that think that they are above the law of the judiciary? That's what I'm saying. The judiciary say one thing, a part of the legislature say, you know what, this is not the thing we're going to believe, so we're not going to act towards that. As a result, you have our country to this stalemate where we have the Capitol building being burned. People are having two speakers. One speaker is working in an office. People are going there and breaking the door and taking his things out. This is a common thing that's happening in our country. If we had stopped that in August of 2024, we wouldn't be here today. But nobody thought that it was important for us to have brought an end to what was happening. And these are the kind of results we are getting that is actually bringing the entire country down to a level where nobody's taking us seriously anymore. So I really don't blame my brother, Honorable Famulé. He's just a part of a problem. There is a bigger problem than he is now. So I think we as a country should be looking how do we address that bigger problem? Was his statement out of line? Absolutely out of line. Were there bigger things than his statement that are out of line? Of course. Going on a holiday and breaking the speaker office and taking things out is out of line. Bribing one of the lawmakers, Honorable Luther Collins, who went and said that they gave $14,800 to him and nobody in this country saw it to be a problem, that was out of line. Why are we not talking about those things? You know, so Honorable Famulé, you're rather brave to even come. If I were you, I would not even come to try to justify anything. I will say what I want to say and walk away because the house is in disarray, and until those problems are fixed, you will see things like this coming out of the house from individual lawmakers. Thank you.
Clinton, you want to finish up and we'll give the honorable man the chance to speak?
You know, I started knowing Foley just on the fly from him. We had some very heated exchanges, but we've spoken on the back. Foley is a good guy. He's still maturing. It's the first time in the legislature, and I think in politics in general. And I'll defer to where a lot of the other panelists have said on this show, and to use the particular words of Colin Gray, just be measured. When you're entrusted with a position of power like that, and you have a following, you represent a district, you're national leader now, you have to wait. You got to think carefully and wait before you talk. And I don't think it's a bad decision to come on the show tonight, but I who have come on the show tonight and said it was in the heat of the moment, exactly what is going on in the legislature with the tension, but I apologize. I take it back and not try to spin it because there's a video, of what happened and what your initial explanation of what you were trying. It just doesn't comport with what's on that video. So again, I would just say, bro, there's a long political future ahead of you. Take your time. Be very measured when you're making statements on the floor of the legislature and in the public. Just be measured. That particular statement against the Associate Justice wasn't proper. But like I said, you're a young, energetic, good guy, and I'm sure you're maturing and you're gonna correct. So I still have hopes there.
Thank you very much. So guys, we want to say thanks to Honorable Foday Famulé for coming on. Foday, you have the last word, man. Again, from my end, I didn't like the comment. Regardless, you have right to say because you're speaking from the floor. And I hope that you can just listen to your people, to our people, that we can be very, 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 very decent as we represent our people. And then, listen, it took everything in you to come on Spoon with hundreds of thousands of people watching that you can address this issue. I still believe in you, and I hope that we can bring that change that we all talk about every day. Again, it's up to you, Fode. You have the last word.
So, what Honorable Gray wanted to tell you. Few things was happening, and I believe I tried to save the justice. Maybe you if you really do not know the flow, you say honorability word should be taken seriously. The reason is that an attempt to take that word seriously, it means the justice should be summoned. You need to call him on the floor. And you will not want to see that happening. You would not want to see the legislature inviting the justice to come on the floor to be asking him on recording that someone either did covertly. You know, we need to be very serious when we see some of the situation. We need to be able to take it on and ensure that we can exercise leadership. An attempt to go the political route they wanted was to invite that justice to come on the floor and people can say anything to him. I said we should not take it serious, because I would not want for him to go through that route. I think I was trying to save our judiciary. I think it was in good faith that I tried to politically brush that statement out and ensure that it was not a topic for any discussion in that legislature. Moreover, sometimes you see, when you listen to people speaking our parlance, our local English, understand in context. Someone will say today, yesterday the rain was falling, cat and dog. In the next 50 years, if someone who are not living around understood our local language, you say, what? Is it really true that the rain used to fall cat and dog? You could see dog falling from the sky, cat falling from the sky. It's not possible, but that was the context. Meaning in our local world, it was just serious. In the context of not paying more attention to something or such, and that people want for us as a legislature to invite the person who it is alleged that his voice is on that audio to come and provide clarity, which strengthen you on the platform. You say, Famule, what are you guys in? Let me say this to you, Honorable Gray, we're on the platform. Just for a judge to run out a decision, purported decision that he perceived in that gas issue with honorability, Kabina Janet was impeached and Honorable Gray was the leader of that process. I would not want to see that happening. I would not want for someone to put the judge in a tech spot only because they quietly, covertly, unintentionally recorded him to only sell a narrative to the public. It is wrong.
So now you want also ask you this question. No. Because
let me say this to you.
Man, I really wanted to give you the chance that you can stick on that part that you didn't mean as
so.
But let me ask you, do you think Justice in Chamber, Justice Gbese, he was recorded secretly?
I believe so. If I challenge Justice Gbese to come and say the statement there is his official position, because you know why, Stanton? 1 minute. Let me just lay on the note. Let me lay on the note. Please let me lay on the note. Yes, Stanton.
Number one. You are speaking to the nation tonight.
Let me lay on the note, then you can ask a question.
Can you confirm that what was said about Justice Gbese on that recording, it was Justice Gbese speaking? Can you confirm that?
The first thing is that up to the point where Justice Gbese will come and say, I am the official, I am the one speaking on that audio, I would never want to take it serious. So because I believe that statement in itself undermine the justice's position.
Can you tell
I don't want to take it serious.
That you were in the court? You went to his office before. Everybody confirming that Justice Gbese. Are you denying on that recording that is not Justice Gbese?
They're sending the best person to ask Justice Gbese as to whether it is his voice. I cannot say AI can generate a voice of Stanton and play it.
You just said it was a liquor talk.
Because I said politically, I don't want to give any relevance to that statement. in the voice of the country.
It is just a basis that on the clip, and those were his opinion based on the ultra-virus.
Because you know why? You know why?
Are you inferring that it was just a basis that was on the tape? Based on the ultra-virus release, it means that you'll be calling for impeachment on him, and you're trying to prevent that?
I will listen to what is on the floor. I know that if such thing happen, it will undermine his standing, it will undermine a lot of things, and there will be a lot of requests being made. And I will not want to see that happening.
Thank you for having you tonight, the Honorable.
Ostaton, you said something. Let me just say something quick. The lawmaker confirmed that is the justice.
No.
The lawmaker said.
I think let the representative just go, man. I think. I don't know.
You know,
the lawmaker said the justice statement was a legal talk. He confirmed that it was the justice statement, but this coming as a legal talk by the justice. That's what brought us here.
So again,
so Senator, let me just say this to you. If you listen to the recording, and I said it, I said, if you come here and say one justice, basically, because I want to tell you, there's no need to bring the justice in conflict with plenary. There's no need to bring him to reduce it to this level. It will not be a good thing. We should not pay attention to it. We should not even give that recording any relevance. If you want for us to give it relevance, let the state, let the plenary invite him to come provide his side of the story.
Let me ask you. Plenary has the authority to start an associate justice.
What you say? Let me get you right.
Plenary have the authority. Does the legislature have the authority to start a sitting justice of the Supreme Court if you're not in a
if there is an issue that relates to the justice, plenary can invite him to provide clarity.
No.
There's no one above. Then the law will tell us.
You don't have
the law will tell us. Because the statement in itself.
Governor, we gotta go. Governor, we gotta go, please. I beg you, after 7. I beg you, it's after 12. The honorable, can you finish up? Let's just leave, please.
What you just said, I'm not getting.
No, I said, can you finish up? Because we're leaving now. We want to excuse you, sir.
So what I wanted to tell my brother Gamon there. The politics about that statement was to take it genuine, take it at face value, invite the justice, bring the Supreme Court, because mind you, the justice was not speaking as the official spokesperson of the Supreme Court. He was not speaking, running an opinion on the bench. He was in one corner. He was not even speaking to an official. So a lot of people have been
the authority to invite an associate judge of the Supreme Court. You get impeached.
So, Gamode, you want me to support
Thank you.
No, let me lay with Gamode. You want me to support the justice impeachment only because someone went back there and recorded him or doctored a voice and say it is justice. Basically, that argument you want for me to support, I will not do that. I will not give any statement of such relevance.
Thank you very much for the family. We really appreciate you coming on. Thank you, bro. We really appreciate it. Again, let me say this. We really appreciate the honorable man for showing up to speak on this issue. I'm troubled. That's me. I would say my own. I am seriously troubled based on the fact that we have these things in the country called Liberia. And now, if you listen to Honorable Foley family, he's saying if that is just a basic, there's a reason why other people will be calling for impeachment for Kennedy. That's what I'm hearing. And therefore, he doesn't want anyone to call for an impeachment. He's trying to say, you know what, that's legal talk. It's not even the justice that spoke. We hope that Justice Wesley will come out and say, I spoke. It was me, and then we'll see.
His office clarified. His office officially clarified. Say he spoke. His office, the official office. Yeah.
And you know what? I know exactly what this going to say. They won't have the justice on record, and they want to call for impeachment. Maybe that's why people are saying they might impeach the Chief Justice. Who knows? Maybe that's the same route. But again, it was a good show that he came on. Let me move on. Let me move on. This guy with his legal mindset, everything about him, he won't take us to court. The CDC lawyer, Governor Clinton. Let me bring up. But Honorable Gray, you in Liberia. I want to ask you about this Chinese guy, this gentleman here. about him being released. He beat on somebody, and I know tomorrow we'll talk about this. The judge, releasing on bail. He went to the police station, the Liberia National Police. But man, did you guys see the gentleman that was beaten and they poured hot oil on? And why? If it is true, we gotta get to mix information about it was him, it's not him, the Godfather said this. I get a lot of information. Honorable Court, what are you hearing concerning this guy? Why he beat on?
Yeah, basically,
if it is true, the allegation.
I only saw it on Facebook today. Actually, I just saw it today. But with the explanation from the victim, I guess whether it's he or another Chinese man that attempted murder at the very first thing. And it beyond even torture from the explanation the boy provided, and whether the man went to steal or not, the treatment that the guy explained that he went through, it's so inhuman and unimaginable. And if the police release him, I don't know for what reason, because by now he should be behind bars, like any other person who they were arrested. People protest in Liberia, they arrest them and keep them behind bars. You ever protesting or breaking anything, just because you are involved into the protest, they arrest you. I saw something in District 17, I think today, they were protesting by electricity, the police pick up somebody and carry them to jail. I'm hearing that the Congo Town Barrow, the last 2 hours, and what they confirmed it, that there was a shooting by the immigration officer not too long. I mean, I can't confirm that. That's what I just read on Facebook, someone sent to me. But the fact of the matter here is that if you can arrest people and keep them behind bars, behind statutory period, and somebody who attempted to kill a Liberian, look at that guy. You need to show the video. Besides the guy, just show the man bike, the Liberian guy, the victim. You share tears, okay? And they took him to the hospital. His family had to take him from the hospital. They don't even have food for him and whatsoever. So that is so terrible. I mean, it's so terrible that I wish you could have the police spokesperson or the police involved into this subject matter so they can be able to explain the side to it. Because the picture that has been presented by the police on this subject matter is not a good picture. That maybe somebody, big hands there, and behind them, so they just release the guy, and the guy is walking scot-free. Who knows, that guy could escape the country. Okay, he could leave the country if he actually committed a crime, but it's good for the public to see exactly the individual, the way he was treated. Just to see his bike, the scar that on him. How he said he was placed in a room, and they sprayed the room, pepper sprayed the room, and put him into the room, took plastic, and melt the plastic on him, and wounded him so severely. Just imagine a burning plastic and just wasting it on someone. Okay. So, I mean, for me, like you said, you don't know whether it's the guy, but that's the guy that is being accused. Even when the EFBC people went there, you saw the way the lady, that was very arrogant, the Chinese lady. They don't have respect for Liberians, the way we treat ourselves. That's why people don't respect us like that. It's so unfortunate. I mean, we are highly disrespected for little opinions in this country by people who have no relevance in their country. Zero relevance from where they come from. Seriously. I mean, I can't take it. It's unfortunate. These are things that call for mob justice. Sometimes we don't support
So we're going to say this, Honorable Gray. It's very important for us to say that we got so many information. I'm trying to make contact with the Chinese man and bring him on the show again for us to hear his side of the story. We will reach out to the family of the gentleman that the beat. Again, it's just crazy that Rich is saying that these things happen and these are allegations. But I can confirm that the Liberia National Police arrested this gentleman, took him, detained him, charged him, sent him to court, and the judge released him. Now, if you look at the document, the charge sheet, police charge sheet, and we're going to have the document from the court, the bill that was filed for this guy, like as you can see, Michael Shield, for the 1-year-old Chinese man, Republic of China, he was born. You just follow the information. This is a big story, and I think a lot of people are concerned because not in our country you would beat attempted murder. But then I received another document from the victim father, and I would like to share that document. That's why I'm holding back. It's a mystery. The information is not adding up, but there's a big allegation here on Michael. Now, this Chinese guy got a huge story, a big story on
What
him
the
as
victim
well.
father said?
And let me send it to you. Now, huge big story as well about money situation in the country, right? We're going to talk about that, and something is not adding up, but listen, the police did a job, they detain him, they charge him, they send him to court. The judge accepted the bond and released him. We will follow through with this story tomorrow. We'll show you the video, we'll show you the pictures, and again, to be continued. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. We still got one more story to talk about, and that Musa Bility saying his black will not sit on a Richard Cohen. Now, we're having another double crash here, Dr. Richardson. Musa Bility and his black saying they will not sit on a Richard Cohen. They have been removed. They find themselves saying they will not be with ultravirus. They're going to have their own block. Dr. Richardson, are we walking again into another situation here? If Musa Bility and the 27 men and women saying we will not sit under you, you can have your money. If you choose not to pay us, that's okay. We don't want to pay. You can take the money, you can run your country, but we representing our people, almost half, we will not sit on a Richard Cohen. This is a serious trouble. And then we'll talk about the international front. We are hearing rumors from Washington, D.C. that the hammock is coming down, is getting serious in D.C. concerning Liberia, the burning of the Capitol building, the illegal removal of Funati Kofa, and all other stuff that this government will pay for. If it is true, under Donald J. Trump, we are in a serious, serious wahala. But talk to me. Musa and his guys saying they will not sit on a Richard Cohen, Dr. Richardson.
Stanton, our country is in a serious, serious, serious trouble. This could have been resolved, as many of us have said on this platform a couple of months back. Yesterday, Councillor Gonglo described like a recipe for how this could have been resolved, by talking. A leader talks to lawmakers. And so we have a crisis. We really do. And so this is where we're walking into. We have the rule of law caucus that are saying that they're not going to succumb to Cohen. And then we have the anti-rule of law makers, who are also standing their ground. So we had a stalemate here. These people are holding our countries hostage. So I don't know what else to add. It's terrible. It's a disappointment. It's terrible. And this is messing up, believe it or not, Joseph Yuma Boka's government. It is messing up his government. He may take it lightly, but it is getting to the point where it is messing up his government.
Thank you very much. Let me hear from you, Governor Clinton. How serious is this? Most of them saying they're going to take the black somewhere else.
Well, I mean, the problem is not that he has gone away, but it's just going to, reignite everything. But I've always believed that is the right thing to do. I believe that if the law provides for a certain procedure, if the Supreme Court, the highest decision, a judicial decision-making body in the country, makes a determination on a matter, that matter is final, and all parties should abide. And that's why we've beat on President Bouaka and his government for colluding with the majority and the Senate for colluding with majority to undermine our Constitution. And at some point, people power. Somebody posted today about Anthony Blinken and all the privileges are revoked from him. That's just how it is. Power, you have it today, and you think 6 years is going to be over. 12 years, even if you think they'll win the next election, is going to be over, and somebody else is going to be in power, you are going to pay for whatever you're doing. If people have no sense of history, and I say they all the time, when people are in power, they act like this is it, like they're going to hold power to the end of time, and it doesn't work that way. At some point, it's going to end. Even for some of the longest serving dictator, that Mobutu for 30 years, it ends, and then the new group of people take over, and you're going to have to pay. This undermining of the Constitution is treasonous. This undermining, this flagrant disregard of the law by these people, and the president and his government is buy for the Democrats, and I think with and I think the minority lawmakers now are being emboldened by this release of the statement from the Associate Justice. Because all along,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, man. I beg you, I got to push you guys. Before I go to my brother Paul Kennedy, though, I think this is long overdue. I think Musa and his whole group shouldn't have been there either. Am I right? I just think that maybe they were waiting to hear the Bill of Information. But I think if you know that the whole process is illegal or was illegal, don't sit under them. They want to take the pay, let them take the pay. You're talking about 27 men and women. If they're taking the benefits, so what? They mess it up. And that's my position. This who have been resolved, Paul Kennedy. Go back under the house and fix it, right? The justice in Chima was very clear. You guys get coronavirus. The other people get coronavirus. You're going to take the bleach and solve your problem. And one person ran with it and said, no, we are the free people, and they begin to spread the virus all over. Here we are today. The decision by Musa Bility and the Black Boy, you know what? Maybe some guys are hungry, they want some money, so they have to go and creep in and collect a paycheck. That's why we don't need poverty-stricken people in the country, because they will settle for every little, fleas and crumbs that fall off the table. And Congress agree with me. If you had lawmakers that had their own money, they were going to fight this to the end. They don't want to sit there and follow illegal process. The process was illegal, and that's why today we are seeing frustration. Frustration is building up, my people. They burned down the Capitol building. Guess what happened? They hold back the guys' pay and say, we're not giving you your benefit for Christmas and your pay. They are fighting amongst themselves every single day. Off budget, skyrocketing. You cannot see the returns, the outturns. People using $5.8 million for speaker budget. Guess what? The speaker budget was 1.9. It was all because of the money, my fellow Liberians. So I think Musa Bility and his people should exercise some restraint and say, you know what? Even if we go to bed hungry, let's go to bed hungry. We will not sit under these guys. And once he said it today, I hope none of them can turn back the time and go back and beg those guys, because if half of that group stay away, that's a problem. Come out of the bluff and say we got a quorum, we got majority, we do that. Those are bluff. You know that. Those are bluff. But let's hear you, Paul Kennedy. I'm done with this matter. Let's hear you. I think Musa didn't waste the time they came this far. They should have done this long time ago. Paul Kennedy, talk to me.
Senator, I think the rules of the House of Representatives and the House of Senate need a reformation. It needs to be reformed. These guys think they are above the law, and when they act in this way, the only group of people who actually suffers are the Liberian people. From the get-go, I told you all this thing. The fight about change in leadership in the House of Rep was not anything in the interest of the Liberian people. It was all about a group of people who felt marginalized by Fonati, and they wanted to oust him so that they can get the power to steal the money that they perceive he was stealing. Come on, example, Fonati budget was about 2 million. Their budget is about over 4 million. So just imagine they are not even legitimate, and they are getting 2 times the amount of money Fonati was using. So come and tell me now, and honor them, honor their watch. 10 million more was used over the money that was actually appropriated in the budget for them. Their outturn was 13 million when they have budgetary allocation of 3-some more million. What do you call that? That is highway robbery, if you don't have any better name for it. So I don't see anything strange here, Stanton. I think Bility and his group in there, in the name of peace, they probably saw some reconciliation in sight to say, you know what, let's go back to them and let's listen what they want. But then these guys who are the majority black, they see this now from Bility and as a weakness. So they are going to continue to suppress them and not even give them the chance to talk on the floors. You saw what happened to Yaka Kolba and Bility trying to talk. Nobody will give them the chance to talk because they are not in the speakership in Kun group. Kun will always make sure that they are interrupted. Most of the motion they put on the floor will not be taken. And you see, Stanton, this is the thing. All over the world, people coming to the legislature are trained and professional people. These are people with working experience and background. People like Conor Remy Gray, who have worked all his life, worked in different sectors, could be a representative member to represent his people. People who have professional background in some sector. Most of the people you got there, some of them never even work one day of their life. They sell water market in their community. They give money to people. People elect them. So they have no maturity when it comes to administration. They have no understanding. How can lawmakers sit down whole year and don't read one law? The only law they are writing is the bill. Every day they send the budget to them. They sign the budget. Yeah, we're free writing the budget. Students are going to school without meal. Nobody's talking about it. Pregnant women are delivering outside the hospital. Nobody's making allocation for that. Nobody's writing any new law. The driving law in the country is still from 1972 when I was born. So, can we dissolve the House of Rep and bring something new? Akara Gray, you are sitting down there. What are your recommendations? What can we do to this house?
Thank you very much.
So much
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Thanks. Let me bring in Acid though. Acid, talk to us on this one, and then we'll close out with the Ahmad Glasgow suspension today. That will be our last while we do our closing. After Acid, Conor Remy Gray, and that of my brother Akaris, mostly Gray. Acid, let's talk about.
Well, I think we have to understand and look at the line of events here. First off, the guys did the right thing. That's the absolute right thing to do. But before today, they were looking at too many things. They were doing a calculation here. We all know how the Kun folks got nothing from constitution, from law that actually bans them. They don't respect the law. And then the executive branch kind of partners with them to, execute their plans. And so they were looking at, so if we don't go anywhere, these guys will come and say they declare our seat vacant. Executive branch will come and agree with them. Then they will say, NEC, you're going to have election and all these things. So what we do, we will go to them and try to convince them to come back to where they're supposed to be on a finality. If they can, we'll leave. So they went there in that process. Every time they have the chance to speak, they will come up and, state their objection, state how they don't recognize the speaker. You all were here, you saw Yeke Koluba being disgraced the last time on camera when he said he didn't recognize Kun. Of course, Kun is not a speaker. And they kept doing it. The folks still seems to be, don't want to, agree on going back. So they thought to detach themselves from it and, go back. So if these guys now come up and say, listen, we're going to declare seat vacant, NEC do this, they will sue, and the entire 4 years from now will be sue, counter sue, sue, counter sue, sue, counter sue, and nothing will happen. That's why it's going to happen, because they're going to come up and, they are very arrogant and say, oh, you know what? These guys can come to session, although they are in their own session, declare their seats vacant, go to NEC, something they will sue to stop NEC, they will sue, all kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, the guys have done the right thing, and I think it's the right way to go. They need to be in their own session. We all listen to the justice on tape, who was factually very clear about what their ruling stated. And so you know that no matter what the other folks do, they will still be in error. They will be doing things illegally. And good thing yesterday, I asked, how you call him, Councillor Gondo, if these guys can be persecuted in the future. You can take my name and bet this to the Supreme Court bench or in any bank you want to keep it at. They will be prosecuted in the future. They will. So the only thing they can do is to pray that they be in power for the rest of their life. But as long as they move, all of the things they're doing that are not conforming to the law, they will be persecuted. That I know for a fact. And so the other folks have done the right thing.
Thank you, Asido. Thank you, Conor Gray.
Stanton, it was just a matter of time, but Representative Billity came in and told us that they were going to try to do the same thing, try to demonstrate that once they have the majority, they will move for removal of speaker and so on and so forth. But it was just a matter of time. But sometimes we all look for that relief, that legitimacy that our actions you're on the right side of history. And Yami Beshe opinion and that of Councillor Gonglo yesterday legitimized their action, meaning the minority, to some extent that they were right. You understand? And this is why this bringing this kerfuffle among the majority black that the statement by Yami Gracie should not be given reverence. But it is exactly what should have been said clearly from the get-go, and that would have put a nail to the coffin of this issue. But their delay and their inability to make their opinion clear was what exacerbated this particular moment. But they could have done something clearly, and it just, yesterday when the eviction, so-called eviction occurred, someone wrote on Facebook that Funati was disgraced. He could have just accepted this and that. Then I said, well, people don't know what it means to foster philosophy. When you believe that something is right, even your life is not sufficient. You understand? To reduce that belief. Let's go back to religion, whether Jesus or Muhammad, today those leading religion or religions, somebody was willing to sacrifice up to their life for that philosophy to become a global philosophy phenomenon today. And today we have Christianity. Don't you for once think that Jesus was killed because of crimes he committed? It was just he was executed because of his own faith and belief that what I'm doing is right, and this is a philosophy that will become Christianity today. So whatever the Speaker of the House, Funati, did was right. He felt that was right, and he stood up for it. Whether or not it was going to yield some money, that was not his interest. It's just that this was right. There's the feeling, and today he has followers who are still championing the idea that what he was doing by standing his ground was right, and Bility and others are just moving that torch forward. And you know what? Until we can come to the realization that what was done to that so-called minority was wrong, this problem, this constitutional crisis will continue until people get it that not because you're in the majority means you're right. You can be in the minority and hold on to a certain belief, and that belief will become the right thing that will shift the democracy that we all aspire for today or tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Connor. It's good having you. Honorable Gray, can you close? And also, can you include the Emma Glasgow suspension? While we close the show, we'll start.
Yeah, I will include my closing statement because it seems to be my internet is bad.
Yes, sir.
Can I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, basically, look, the rule of law lawmakers are acting under Article 33 of the Constitution. Article 33 gives the authority to the lower number to meet and adjourn from day to day. They can adjourn for the next 10 years. They can just adjourn. What they just need to do is that they go to session at the Capitol building or whatsoever they go in the same city. The speaker goes there and presides. They don't have a quorum, they adjourn. That's all. I think what resuscitated their action is on the basis of the Associate Justice statement in Nima County that somebody was saying that at the opening of the court where even new lawyers were. It's a public statement. It's shocking for a lawmaker to come here and talk about AR when the statement is a public statement. And starting on a serious note, people started some of these things against the CDC administration. They would insult people, they would say things. The media, there's a need for media black on some people action. The media needs to punish them. Seriously. You can't allow people who make flimsy statement, undermine democracy, and all of those things. So now the media just need to sanction them for some time. Maybe 2-3 months, you don't cover them. It's very important to put a stop to their action. But I can say to you, even if 7 lawmakers sit under Fanatic Kofa, you even need the 27 or the 30 or 29. Just 7 moved to one place in this Monrovia, and they have session there, and Fonati, they don't have the number, and they adjourn. The record just needs to carry it. If the majority decide to suspend them or their benefit, they need to go to the court that the majority are absentees, because they say the lower number must compare the rest of the people to come to session. That's why it says. So
you think that's not going to happen? And that's why I kept it for last, because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, because guess what? The lower number, they don't have to be afraid. Just 7. They don't even need 10. They don't need 27. As long as Fonati goes and preserve, and they say, we'll not pay you people, the majority, will expel your or will declare your seat vacant, they don't have that authority under the laws of Liberia. Once they go to the Supreme Court, the court will rule in favor of the lower number, because they say lower number must compare when you are absent. And who is the presiding? The Supreme Court has defined who is the presiding. The Supreme Court said the speaker. The Supreme
Then
Court
what
is
become
who is
of the executive working along with the Richard Kuhn group?
You can also take the executive to court.
No, wait. I don't think they should go to the executive. The executive can work with who they want to work with. For me,
No, I'm asking you a question.
So.
What become of the executive working with the Richard Kuhn group?
It means that everything the executive have been doing, especially the bit of information comes out and maintain Fonati as a speaker. Everything they did without block is illegal, including not just the budget, but whether they pass concession, whether they pass loan agreements, everything that they did. An official government could come to power and use the Supreme Court ruling of ultra virus and declare everything under the government that legislator did illegal. It's very possible 100%. That's the kind of danger the country is running into. But look, I mean, like I said, I'm somebody who supports Fonati. I've said this publicly here. I'm not hiding it. I've called veteran lawmakers. Even today, I spoke to one of the lawmakers yesterday night. It's yesterday in Liberia. Okay. There's a new day. I call you and say, you are a veteran. 2 persons. I even raised the issue of for the family. Because somebody said we can impeach the people. I said, let me tell you something. If you decide to impeach the people, listen, a colleague can write to prohibit your action. And if somebody write to prohibit your action or impeaching, those people can agree that your action is illegal. So they send prohibition on the action to impeach a justice. How will you proceed?
Thank you.
If the judiciary branch of government, for example, stand on, just listen to the logic. We say we're impeaching the associate justice. One person from here go to the court to prohibit our action, and the guys agree. The associate justice and the chief justice agree that they will listen to that. They will stop our action. So they can't fight the people. The way they're proceeding, okay, they are proceeding terribly to even make the court to go against them, which is a dangerous path. But what Foley said, let me tell you, is an insult to the court, and I expect the judicial branch of government or those group of lawyers in Liberia to issue a statement condemning that. Okay. The only escape route he has, Stanton, I told you today, right? I told you the only escape route Foley had, and that one made Foley is not even mature. I thought that would have been a defense. Any statement made on the floor of the legislature, you have an immunity to make that statement. You cannot be here liable for your statement. Because these guys, like you said, like that group of guys they brought to the legislature, they are not being trained in the rules and all of that. Every statement that is made on the legislative floor, I see you can go there and talk on the floor, because when you leave that place, say something outside, they can hold you. But the Supreme Court knows that the statement that Foley made in there, I thought Foley was smart enough to say, look, that's my immunity on the floor. I can say what I want to say. Then only the moral issue will be discussing today on the show.
But he said it on OK FM too.
He said it here too.
Eh?
He said it on OK FM.
Yeah, but that is a ground under the laws. But in conclusion, what we discussed today, in conclusion, please, so I can leave.
No, I want to give you the time to talk about Emma Glasgow. We never had the time to discuss that. Her suspension today. What say you?
Actually, to be frank with you, they said the board recommended. Okay, that's what they said. They said the board recommended her suspension, and the president acted on the basis of the board recommendation. But you know, there are a few issues that I want to raise on the suspension issue. There's a trend of suspension of females. There's a trend. We're hearing now that the Roe Fund lady is another target. There's a trend. The women voices reported today, why the women voices, I saw some report on Facebook, when Sylvester Griswold, when Mamaka, why the group of women? Okay, when what is his name? The guy from LTA, Kamara. Yeah. Why the guys were not suspended? Why are they suspending the women? The next thing is that, why are they people from the past government? When people right under the nose of the president are committing similar crimes or similar allegations. Okay, these are the questions that are being raised. So on the Emmett Glasgow issue, okay, the board, the same thing with the NOCA boss, okay, the board recommended her suspension. The similar recommendation from what I read yesterday, it's a similar recommendation. But on the issue of the girl from Josie, I have not interacted with her for over 2 years plus. Okay, but the witnesses, I'm telling you, what a body, the guy who raised the issue, Martin may have some point, but the witnesses are contradicting themselves. And we got to be clear. It's not about CDC like you said. The witness the winner comes on air and conflicted himself by conflict of interest and he wanted the contract. It questions the credibility of the witness. The man did a TOR, the term of reference. He turned around, he wanted a contract. The man told almost 1 year to blow alarm. It questions whether because they did not get him the contract when you go to that place. It's not only that. The boy who driving the car, he said they gave 800 polls. Martin Collins said 700, a contradiction. If the people in our village come and say they receive 1,000 polls, it clearly get. Another concern here is that the document that Martin put up for the business registration is not STEM. It's not STEM. There's a new document that came out that STEM. They say there's the legal document, the one Martin put up, it's not STEM. So it's not legal. So it raises a concern of the document the witnesses provided to Martin also. Okay. The last thing here is that the PPCC wrote a communication. Okay. They gave no objection. I mean, they provided that. It's the PPC. The Minister of Justice signed the document. The Finance Minister signed the document. Okay. The raw funds, one thing you should understand, it does not operate in isolation of the Ministry of Finance. They like a branch almost under the Ministry of Finance. The last concern Martin raised is not a strong grounds. The government of the Republic of Liberia, they get away that sometimes the company can pre-finance a contract. Sometimes the government can provide a percentage of the money for the contract. Predicated upon your performance, they will provide the next percentage. So they could say 30%. They could get 50%. They could get 10% ahead. With all you spending a damn, the government will pay that money.
Thank you, Honorable Greg.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
There's all of those things in the process. That's why I was raising the contradiction. Yeah. The witnesses, for me, they are not credible because there's allegation that the guy wanted $48,000 a kickback. There's a serious allegation that he went to Ministry of Public where the people willing to say that.
Honorable Greg, thank you. We have to go now. Yeah. We have to go, Honorable Greg. Thank you very much. You try.
Thank you.
You try, Honorable Greg. You try a lot.
My man, I beg you. You will say your own. I just tell you what I hold. I beg you, stand on. I want me for you tonight. The program here now, the Valentine. Happy Valentine to you.
Oh, happy Valentine to all of our sisters. Happy Valentine to my beautiful wife. Happy Valentine to all, the females in my life, my mom, my sisters, and all the church sisters.
My man, but I feel my Valentine, you can't cut me off, my man.
Because I wanted to say you cut me up, but let's close the show, guys. I want to take this time to close the show from my end. I want to say thanks, Asido. Thanks. I don't know who we got. Nelson, is that you? Can you come on and change the name? Thanks, Dr. Richardson. Again, we appreciate a wonderful show today. We'll continue on where we left off again on Paul Kobo Kennedy. Thank you very much. Again, I really want to bring the PPCC Scott information up, and I hope we'll have the time to do that tomorrow. And I also want to discuss the Chinese guy tomorrow, the way in which this Liberian young man was beaten and flogged. I want to say to all of you, man, this is the People's Network. We appreciate you. We love you. Happy Valentine's to all of our female
Tomorrow, I
supporters
think I'll be able to come on it.
engaged.
Tomorrow, Saturday, I think I'll be able to come on the show. Y'all
Why?
No, I may not yet.
That's is in suit. That's is in nectar. That's why you in nectar today. You on Valentine's speed. That's it. That's it. The girl is from Australia. We'll talk that later. I think she left, right? She went back to Australia. Nelson. But guys, that's the end of the show.
No comment. No comment.
Have a wonderful day.
So, Will, I can't let me ask something.
Don't allow her to make you watch this there, please.
Yeah, I know. Nelson, you look good, my brother. So the guests that were on the show, the driver was actually talking about. The driver was talking about.
You're coming back to that travel thing. The show over.
You know how it is.
The driver can be MNE. Forget what I think. I think what.
My man, y'all have a good night. Y'all have a good night. We have to.
I still haven't had capacity in error.
Senator, we forgot to talk about it. The gentleman coming in from Bopolu tomorrow. The priest.
Well, you bring priest.
You have the information. You have the concern.
Yeah, but let's discuss it.
We need to know to bring him in. We need to know so they can start.
Okay.
So we need to bring the priest in.
What was the thing you asked him? I said you got no closing on my Bible. Thank you. I said no closing. Honorable Great, thank you very much. Honorable Colonel Great, thank you very much. We appreciate you guys. Let's talk Paul Candy. We'll talk on it. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
That.
Asido, thank you very much. We want to say thanks to all our many listeners. It's 7 minutes to 1 a.m. in the country. We have to leave. We're hungry. We're tired. Here come Nelson Colette. Nelson?
Yes,
thank you very much, man. And thanks to Yekezi for holding it down. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God save our country. One Liberia. We say thank you and be blessed and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been a great show. We look forward to being here tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. As you know, this is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. You get the analysis. You get to express yourselves here as well on the different issues of concerns. We appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. We look forward to another great show tomorrow. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country for relaying the program. Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia. We appreciate everyone for being here tonight. Many thanks to the thousands of you who join us online always. We appreciate the folks joining us on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We appreciate all of you joining us on YouTube as well. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. And I want to say thanks to all of you for sharing your thoughts in the comment section. We appreciate you tonight. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you across the world. Listening to Spoon, watching Spoon. We want to say celebrate well with your loved ones, and we wish you all the best as you go about. It's already 12 a.m. in Liberia, like 5 minutes to 1 a.m. So I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. Let me say good night to a few of you. I see Tamafoko here tonight, William Hood. Thanks for being here tonight with us. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, we appreciate you. Telvin Ping, thanks a lot, Chief, for being on tonight. Madam Per Kimber, thanks a lot. Nathalie Weir, we appreciate you. Noah Johnson, Paul Genea, Sio Medela, thanks a lot for being on tonight. Dolo, we appreciate you for being on here tonight. Sandra Gower, our dear sister, thanks for being on tonight. Victoria, that's Victor, the Victoria's Block. Thanks for being on here tonight. Let me pick a few more. Pitman Wright, we appreciate you. Obina Hood, yes, thanks for joining us. I see Yaya Sise, Anason Kroma, thanks for being on. Emmanuel Saki, we appreciate you for being on here tonight as well. Paul Genea, and all of you joining us tonight. Afanso Moses, and everyone. We look forward to another great show tomorrow. Delvin George, now it's moving fast. Patience David, we appreciate you as well. Isaka Sharif, thanks for being on. Journalist Kidel DBN, we appreciate you as well. Princess Swain, and to everyone, thanks for joining us tonight. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics is coming up in just a few minutes from now, so you can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The special one.